bull and heifer calves. A total of 900 head sold, setting an all-time record for an Angus dispersal sale in Canada at the time. Scott has had the privilege in judging at the 2009 World Angus Forum, various breeds at CWA, Manitoba Fall Fair, the Toronto Royal, as well as Expo Booth. Scott also had the privilege of judging the 2023 Angus Show at Canadian Western Agribition. Since then, Scott has worked the various ranches in Western Canada. Scott and his wife, Orsha, now reside in Sylvan Lake, Alberta. Let's give it up for our judge here today, Scott Anderson.
It's a very nice class. I started off this class with I feel is the most complete heifer in the class. She's just nice, really nice front. I like how that neck comes out of that shoulder. She's really soft in her middle. Heifer we get behind her is really complete heifer. She's really well balanced. Heifer that moves out real free and easy. The heifer in second, I really like her on the move. Heifer that's really nice headed, nice fronted. I'd like maybe if it's going to change her, I'd soften her up in her middle 1/3 a little bit, and maybe lift her pins just a tick. When you get in behind her, I just kind of like to set those pins up a little higher on her. But two very strong heifers to start off this division. Third place heifer with a little more power, a little more frame, really sound, good at the ground. Heifer that's going to make a good cow. Again, if I was going to change her, I'd like to soften her up in her middle 1/3 to compete any higher. Really nice sound. A calf in fourth here. I think she's a little doesn't have the condition on some of the other heifer has, but I really like the type and kind of her. The big heifer that rounds out the class. Just need to put a little better foot on her and on the ground up to make her place any higher. But very strong class. Thank you.
Well, over here on the Shorthorn side of things, the Shorthorn producers aren't making it any easier for me. A really nice group of heifers again. A little bit more variety in this set than the set before, possibly. We're going to lead the class off with the heifer that I think just has the most body dimension and shape. If I had to change her anyway, I'd maybe give her 1 or 2 more ribs and lengthen her out just a tiny bit. But a heifer with that much capacity and middle and depth, they can look a little bit short at times because they have so much middle. But a heifer, I think, that just ties it together really well. She's big and sturdy, and I like her put together everywhere she is. And then a heifer into second, probably a heifer that's got a little more roundness than everyone in the class. She's got a booty on her, she's got a belly on her, she's got a shoulder on her, but she places it all together well enough that I think she's quite complete. I really appreciate the roundness of her and the muscle and the shape in her. And she gets out and moves well still with that shape. And then a heifer in third that I really like this heifer. Nice length to her. She's got a great front end. I'd maybe just like to fill her up a little bit in that flank and kind of belly her down a little bit more, but a really usable heifer. And then a heifer that I would like to take some of the shape from that heifer in the second spot and put it on her. She just falls a little flat in spots for me. And then our big girl at the end here, she is big. She's just maybe a little straight for me in spots, but a power heifer, no doubt. Lots of performance there. It just maybe didn't have the style to compete with the heifers ahead of her. But great class. Thank you.
Over in the Shorthorn ring here, our class winner there was entry number 714, Hawken Cassidy, Naomi 7N, shown and exhibited by Jody Hawken of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. In second was entry number 715, Headley Kathy Joyful 21N, shown and exhibited by Leslie Headley of Rapid City, Manitoba. In third was entry number 712. In fourth was entry number 711. And in fifth place was entry number 713. We're going to move ourselves into split number 4 here. So leading off this class is going to be entry number 702, back from split number 1, 702. This will be NVR. Jillian Lowe, 64N, shown and exhibited by Nolan Vandersloos of Elm Creeks, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 716, Langley's Dirka 11N, shown exhibited by Castleton Scott of Oakview, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 717, Herburn Bass Noah Ruby 2N, shown exhibited by Bill and Isabel Atchison of Somerset, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 718, Belle M Flirt 2N, shown exhibited by Richard Mellenbeck of Inglefield, Saskatchewan, and rounding out this class is entry number 719, Herburn MTE Nita Maisie 1N, shown exhibited by Ian Lehman of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. I'll turn it over to the Angus ring for some champions on their Black Angus class.
Thank you for that, Richard. We're going to introduce to you our next class, Class 106, Senior Heifer Calf, split number 1 of the Red Angus here. We're going to move into Red Rook, Nip, and Tuck 65N from D&P Rook Farms out of Alexander, Manitoba. Then we're going to go to Red Marmac, Bonita 39N from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. Then we're going to go to Red Rook, Sunflower 63N from Alice Rook out of Alexander, Manitoba. Then we're going to go to Red Rook Tibby 56N from Jazz Red Angus from Neepawa, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to Red LV Minva 8N from Medill, Saskatchewan. We're going to go back to our Black Angus intermediate heifer class. In first place, we had entry 105, Mainstream Southern Belle 11N from Mainstream Genetics. And then we had, in second place, we had Eastondale Forever Lady 3225 from Eastondale Angus out of Woboda. And then in third place, we had Mans 1676D Queen 686H 18N from Heather Mans out of Austin, Manitoba. In fourth place was entry 108. And in fifth place, it was 106. With a big thank you to them. And our sponsors for that class were it was Swindon Ranch and Ramrod West Cattle Co. A big thank you to them. As I said, we're in our senior heifer calf split 1 of the Angus show here. There's for the Red Anguses, we have 2 splits for this class. The Junior Angus Show will take place this Saturday, November 1st at 9 a.m. Come check out our Angus breeders of tomorrow and their livestock. It's always great to see the young people interested in the industry and see them actually showing and interested in it, because that is our future of our industry. So come check that out. It's always great to see the kids showing and having fun while they're doing it.
Back over in the Shorthorn ring here on the north side, our judge with some comments in this split.
Well, big round of applause. Another great heifer class. We're going to lead this class off with just, I think the heifer that just pieces it together for me, probably the best. Pretty hard to falter right back from the front to back. The shoulder's good. It ties into a big rib shape, nice body. She carries it deep through that flank. I like the big round shape she's got in the rear quarter. Just a really nice, complete heifer. And then a heifer, I think, that just patterns very similar to her. Maybe just didn't quite have enough to compete with the heifer above her for age-wise and everything. You consider that. She's a very good heifer. I just don't think she quite has enough through that loin and through that back to compete with the heifer above her, but a very complete, well-balanced heifer that I like quite a lot. And then a heifer in the third spot, I think maybe just didn't have it pieced together quite as good as the heifers above her. She pieces not together quite as well as the heifers above her, but a heifer that I think is going to be a big, broody, powerful cow and offer a lot of good. Maybe just didn't have enough to win the class here today. And then I think just two heifers maybe that didn't quite have the style and the presence of the cattle at the top of the class. The heifer in the end, she's not getting around the best today. She's had a slip or something in the wash rack and is favoring one leg a little bit, but a really unique individual. So great class. Thank you.
Hear from some comments from our judge on the Angus side.
Start off this heifer calf on the red side here. Heifer that really moves out real, probably wins it on her movement. I think the best balanced calf in this class. She's really, neck comes out of that shoulder real high. I put change her head maybe a little tick, maybe give her a little more stifle in her, maybe a little flatter. She's got a big sweep to her belly, and she's very complete. Real good foot on her. I think she rides the class real easy. Heifer in second place, big rugged heifer. Heifer a little harder muscled, a little more shape to her. But heifer that just gives up, I think, in the freedom movement for me today to compete with the heifer above her. Just a little bolder in her shoulder, but a heifer, really good heifer. Third place heifer I really like. Moves out well, really good foot, really nice teat placement on her. But I just thought she couldn't go any higher today, but very strong top end of this class. Thank you.
Back in our Shorthorn ring here, our last class there, our champion went to entry number 702 NVR, Gilligan Low 64N, shown exhibited by Nolan Vandersloos of Elm Creek, Manitoba. Our second place in that class was entry number 718 Bell M Flirt 2N, shown exhibited by Richard Mellenbuck of Inglefield, Saskatchewan. In third was entry number 719, fourth was 716, and fifth was entry number 717. We're into split number 5 here. Quickly is entry number 720, Moss-Side Breathtaker 14N, shown exhibited by Moss-Side Shorthorns, Grayson Ross of Brandon, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 721, Hillhaven Lilies Jasmine 8N, shown exhibited by Shane Weatherall. And followed in by entry number 722, Headley Pearl 8N, shown exhibited by Leslie Headley. And rounding out this class is entry number 723, Green Grove Flash Ruby 7N, shown exhibited by Grayson Ross of Brandon, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 5 in your Shorthorn ring.
Okay, we're going to go back here. Our senior heifer calf split 1, first place was Red Marmac Bonita 39N. From Marmac Farms out of Brandon, Manitoba. Second place was Red LV Miniva from LV Farms out of Medell, Saskatchewan. Third place was 255. Fourth place was 257. And fifth place was lot number 253. Now we're going to go to split 2 of your senior heifer calf here for the Red Angus. Entry number 259, Red Cockburn Cora 5002 from Cockburn Red Angus out of Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Red Rook Nobody's Business 8N from Alice Rook out of Alexander, Manitoba. Red Maple Lake Respect 5656 from Maple Lake Stock Farms from Hartney, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to Red Bridgeway Sally 6N from Bridgeway Livestock from Owota, Saskatchewan. This is your split number 2 for your senior heifer calf division for the Red Angus. Our sponsors for this are Emmett Creek Ranch and Ravenbrook Farms. Big thank you to... That's for the champion heifer calf here, but big thank you to our the top two from each split here are going to come back for the final round when we get to that. The Manitoba Angus Association would like to thank all the show help that has helped out today. All the board members, of, not just helping out today, but all the work that they put in and day out to get the show where it needs to be. It definitely takes a lot to get a show like this going, and they do a fantastic job of it. So we would like to thank everyone that has helped out, not just today, but in the days ahead of the show, getting it to where it is. The show help today include Alice Rook, Maria Franken, and Alan Nicolation, and I'm sure there's lots more helping out back as well, but those are the main ones that are helping, and we really do help that. And many more board members, including Glenn Humphreys, Devin Boydson, Cody Nolan, Austin Richard, Carrie Heinsberg, Taylor Ginter, and Penny Rook. Everyone's helping out today and doing a fantastic job. So we'd just like to thank them all and for helping and getting the show to be what it is today.
And our judge with some comments in split number 5 of his heifer calves.
Well, one of the smaller classes today, and one that kind of gave me a little trickiness. 3 heifers I really like at the top of this class. I'm going to start off with this roan heifer. I think a heifer that she takes the class for me on balance. She has such a nice balance from that shoulder into more depth of body and carries it deep back into that flank. And I just think she's got more shape and dimension to her. She's not the biggest heifer in the class, but I think she is the most balanced and most consistent front to back, and that's why she takes the class for me today. I like her on top, I like her down below, I like her on the move. And then we get into 2 heifers that pattern extremely similar, and I could have probably gone either way here. Heifers that are ultra feminine through that front end, they're beautifully fronted, they get around well. I love these heifers in the front 2/3. I would just give them more on that back third. I wish I could see more on that back third out of both of them, and just give them a little more shape and pick them up through that loin, and then I think they'd be exceptional. But 2 very, very good heifers and deserve to be where they are. And other judges might pick them to place them higher. I just thought they weren't as balanced as the heifer at the first spot. And then the little teacup here at the end, just not enough heifer for me. She's shapely and she's nice. I'd change her again on that back third. I wish she pieced together a little better from about her midsection back. She gets a little tight for me. But a really cool, usable little heifer still. But a really great class of heifers, so thank you.
In our split number 5 here, in first place is entry number 720, Moss Side Breathtaker 14N, shown and exhibited by Moss Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. In second place is entry number 723, Green Grove Flashy Ruby 7N, shown and exhibited by Moss Side Farms of Brandon, Manitoba. In third place is entry number 721, and in fourth place is entry number 722. That does conclude our 5 splits of heifer calves. We will be asking back into the ring our top 2 out of our last 5 splits. Before we do that, I'll turn it over to the Angus ring for some comments on their class.
Start off this class. It was a little tougher class for me to judge. There's 4 different heifers out here and 4 really different kinds of heifers. This heifer started the class with is by far the nicest front 1/3 on her. She head comes up high, the neck comes up high in that shoulder. She's got a lot of middle to her, soft enough middle. I would like to see her move out a little freer and easier. It's a struggle. She's right back leg gets a little straight on me, but I think I had to use the heifer this high in this class. This second place heifer just gives up that front 1/3. Head's a little plainer, but a heifer that's really structurally really sound, heifer that moves out free and easy. She's got soft enough through her middle. You get in behind her, she's wide pinned. Heifer, really very, very complete heifer in second. Very tough decision just on the movement alone on those first 2 calves. Heifer calf in third place, dark red heifer. Really like her in her front 1/3. She's ultra sheen up and through that front. Just like to soften her up in her middle a little bit and maybe widen her out in her pins a bit, but very nice heifer. A heifer that rounded out the class with big volumey heifer, just a little more plainer type of heifer, but a heifer that moves out free and easy. She's big-bodied, going to make a tremendous cow. Maybe just gives up a little show presence compared to the heifers above her.
So for split 2, in first place we got Red Cockburn Cora 5002 from Cockburn Red Angus out of Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. In third place you got entry 260 Red Rook Nobody's Business 8N Alice Rook from Alexander, Manitoba. In third place you got entry 262, and in fourth place you got entry 261. We're going to ask back here our top 2 from split 1 and 2 for our champion senior heifer calf. So coming back in is entry 259, Red Cockburn Cora 5002 from Cockburn Red Angus out of Briarcrest. And then you got Red Rook Nobody's Business 8N from Alice Rook out of Alexander, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to Red Marmac Bonita 39N from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to Red LV Miniva 8N from LV Farms Ltd. This is your champion senior heifer calf for the Red Angus. The sponsors are Emmett Creek Ranch and Ravenbrook Farms for this class. We thank those sponsors for sponsoring this class here today. We really do appreciate that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Shorthorn side here, where it is our champion heifer calf drive. Out of split number 1 that come back in was entry number 701, Hawken GSF Nelly 8N, shown and exhibited by Jody Hawken of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. In second in that class was entry number 704, RT Promise 30N, shown and exhibited by Russell Thompson on Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. In split number 2 was entry number 710, 3D True Love 8N, shown and exhibited by Megan Turton of Cardiff, Saskatchewan. In second place in that class was entry number 709, Double Cooley Claudia 10N, shown and exhibited by Bryn Scott of Glen Ewan, Saskatchewan. Out of split number 3 was entry number 714, Hawken Cassidy Naomi 7N, shown and exhibited by Gong Show Farms, Jody Hawken of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. In second place in that class was entry number 715, Headley Kathy Joyful 21N, shown and exhibited by Headley Livestock of Rapid City, Manitoba. In split number 4 was entry number 702, NVR Gilligan Low 64N, shown and exhibited by New View Cattle Company, Nolan Vandersloos of Elm Creek, Manitoba. In second place in split number 4 was entry number 718, Bell M Flirt 2N, shown and exhibited by Bell M Farms, Richard Mellenbuck of Inglefield, Saskatchewan. And in split number 5 and coming back into the championship drive was entry number 720, Moss-Side Breathtaker 14N, shown and exhibited by Moss-Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. In second place in split number 5 and rounding out our championship drive was entry number 723, Green Grove Flashy Ruby 7N, shown and exhibited by Moss-Side Stock Farm of Moss-Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your championship Shorthorn Heifer Calf champion.
Okay, with some results from our senior heifer calf championship. In first place, you got entry 254, Red Marmac Bonita 39N from Marmac Farms out of Brandon, Manitoba. In second place, you're going to go to Red Cockburn Cora 5002 from Cockburn Red Angus from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Now we're going to go to our senior heifer calf split number 1 for the Black Angus. We're going to go to 5B Lady 86N from 5B Farms from Forest, Manitoba. Entry 112 NCC Juna Data 19N from Nolan Cattle Company, and Carson Baker and Greenbush Angus from Cypress River, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 113 Boss Lake MS Val Bar 502N from Valdehus Livestock out of Elm Creek, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to lot 115, Mainstream Marvelous 1N from Mainstream Genetics out of Saskatchewan. This is split 1 of the senior heifer calf for the Black Angus. I'll mention again, the Junior Angus Show will take place this Saturday, November 1st at 9 a.m. Come check out our Angus breeders of tomorrow and their livestock. Like I was saying before, it's great to see the juniors come and show and enjoy what they're doing and have smiles on their face and do a great job of it. So come check that out on Saturday. We'd be more than happy to see you there.
Well, a big round of applause for just a phenomenal set of shorthorn heifers. I think one thing that we can really commend the shorthorn breed on is consistency in staying true to their breed and breed characteristics. And I think breed identity is extremely important within the industry. It gives that breed a sense of purpose and usability and reliability on producers to go out and select a shorthorn animal to use in their own herd or crossbreed with or whatever. I am a Simmental breeder, but we do have some shorthorn cattle. We tried to make some cool shorthorn steers with some shorthorn semen, and we had no idea what we had, and we ended up wasting that semen, and it was actually very valuable, and we did not even know. And it turns out we got no steers and a whole bunch of heifer calves, so we have some really cool shorthorn cross Simmental cows that we use, and they're really usable and nice. These heifers are very usable, very sound, and I think today it's going to come down to probably two things that I got super picky on here, picking this champion female, and that was foot quality. I'm lucky enough to be a full-blood Simmental breeder. They have lots of hoof. I want to see those cattle get up off the ground and give me some depth of hoof. There's a couple heifers in this class that I absolutely love the heifers down to that hoof, and there just wasn't enough for me to make them win the class here today. But I'm just going to go out and I'm going to slap the champion, and then I'll go out and I'll select reserve. But congratulations to everyone in this class, a phenomenal set of shorthorn heifers.
Back to the Angus side for some comments from our judge here.
Started off this class with the biggest, most powerful heifer in the class. She's nice through that front 1/3. Neck comes out high in that, out of that shoulder. Heifer I'd soften her up a little bit, give her a little more shape in her lower stifle, but heifer that really moves around the ring real nice and easy, and a heifer that's really nice to look at. Heifer in second place. She's ultra sleek in that front end, front 1/3. I just like to bulk her up a little bit, put a little bit more to her, broaden her out in that lower stifle, and put a little more performance in her. But a heifer that from the profile looks really nice, but I just like to broaden her up a little bit. Heifer that's got a lot of middle. Then we get into this third place heifer that's got some muscle shape to her, that's going to break a really nice cow. Just gives up a bit of eye appeal and show presence compared to those first two heifers. The young lady with the heifer in fourth, going to make a very nice cow and a show heifer for her this summer. She's ultra nice up through that front. Got enough shape when you get in behind her. Four very nice heifers.
Back over in your shorthorn ring here, your champion senior heifer calf is entry number 720, Moss Side Breath Taker 14N, shown and exhibited by Moss Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. Our championship banner in our heifer calf division is sponsored by Sunlight Stock Farms. And our reserve champion is entry number 710, the 3D True Love 8N, shown and exhibited by Three Diamond Shorthorns of Cardiff, Saskatchewan, Megan Turton. And our reserve champion banner is sponsored by Jack Auction Group of Verdon, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your grand and reserve champion in our heifer class here now. We'll turn the mic back over to your results over in the Angus ring. Blaine?
Thank you, Richard, for that. Your results for split one. First place is entry 115, Mainstream Marvelous 1N from Mainstream Genetics. And in second place, we're going to go to Boss Lake MS Valbar 502N from Valdehoos Livestock out of Elm Creek, Manitoba. In third place, we're going to have entry 112, and in fourth place, entry 111. Now I'm going to introduce to you Senior Heifer Calf Split number 2 for the Black Angus Division. Entry number 116, NCC Tibby 4N from Nolan Cattle Company. Entry 117, L83 Darla 515N from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And then we're going to go to entry 118, Mac Noel 5N from Hidden Lake Stock Farms out of Carberry, Manitoba. And then entry number 119 is going to be 5B Miss Sean 37N from 5B Farms out of Forest, Manitoba. These heifers are born January 1st, 2025 to January 31st, 2025. Minimum is 3 months of age on day of judging. Here's our judge from the Angus side for some comments on split number 2.
Start this class off with a real nice one. I think I really like this heifer. She's really nice in the move, real big foot on her. She's ultra nice up through that front end. Head comes out of that neck, comes out of that shoulder nice and high. I maybe put a little more swoop to her rib, but if this is her first show, I'm not sure. But she's pretty nice. I'd maybe, if you're going to pick her apart, might lift her pins a little bit. But she moves out real free and easy. Big foot on her, ultra sleek, ultra good. I think she's quite easy winner. This heifer in second place. I like her on the stand. She gets a little choppier when she's on the movement. Maybe rolls her back. Just gives that. That's as high as I could place this heifer compared to the one above her. Just kind of breaks down a little bit on her movement. Gets a little choppy and kind of rolls that back a bit. But a heifer on the stand, you got to like her. She's so sweet-fronted, beautiful Angus head on her like they're supposed to be, and just a very nice heifer. Just like to free her up in her movement. Third place heifer, a heifer I really like. I thought she was going to be my second place heifer until when they were on the move, but then when I stand them up, the heifer I used in second, just a little more powerful head on her, I think, and just a little more shape to her middle. Not quite as this heifer when she's maybe cuts in behind that shoulder a little more too, but the heifer that rounds out the class, just like to free her up in her movement a bit, but 4 very nice heifers. Let's put our hands together and show our appreciation for these exhibitors.
Thank you for those comments. So, first place out of split number 2, entry 117 is L83 Darla 515N from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. In second place, we're going to go to entry 119, 5B Miss Sean 37N from 5B Farms out of Forest, Manitoba. Third place goes to entry 118, and fourth place goes to entry 116. We're now going to go to senior heifer calf split number 3, coming in for the Black Angus here. Entry number 120, Twin Creek Cuteness 1N from Caitlin Bartel out of Wartress, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 121, RRW Lady 513N from Ramrod West Cattle Company out of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to RRW Lady 501N from Ramrod West Cattle Company, Redverse, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 123, Parrot Sarah 1N from Perrott Cattle Company out of Alameda, Saskatchewan. This is split number 3 for the senior heifer calf for the Black Angus division. Another good set of heifers in the ring now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after our champion's been slapped and our pictures have been taken, we're going to move right along in the shorthorn ring here. We're going to go into class number 603. These are going to be our shorthorn heifers born between April the 1st and December 31st of 2024. We've got 2 entries in this class here. Leading off the class is going to be entry number 724, Willow R. Miss Rose 4M, shown and exhibited by Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 725, Hatfield Van Rose 30M, shown and exhibited by Leslie Allen of Roblin, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is class number 603 in the Shorthorn Division. And our judge with some comments.
Smallest class of the day, and we'll make it short and sweet. We're going to start off with the roan heifer to take the class. Just a heifer, I think, that pieces it together a little bit better for me. A really nice, deep-sided heifer, and just a real nice softness to her. And she's great on the move. I think the heifer in second, maybe just not getting around on those back wheels as much as I'd like to see. She's just a little piecey in that back end for me, and maybe not moving her best here today, but really 2 usable, nice bred females. And yeah, the roan takes it for me today. Thank you.
Our class winner here is going to be entry number 725, Hatfield Van Rose 30M, shown and exhibited by Leslie Allen of Roblin, Manitoba. In second place in our class is entry number 724, Willow R. Missy Rose 4M, shown and exhibited by Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. Congratulations to our two heifers in this split. We're going to go into split number one of our bred heifers. These heifers are going to be born between January 1st and March 31st of 2024. We're going to see 3 splits of these heifers. Also a correction in split number one, entry number 728 is a plus heifer. Entry number 728 is a plus heifer. She will move to the back of your show catalog into the plus division there, so we will have 1 scratch out of this class. So leading off this class here, and split number one is going to be entry number 726, GT Cheeky 71M, shown and exhibited by Jaron Vandersloos of Elm Creek, Manitoba, GT Ranch. And entry number 729, Armac Remington Rose 16M, shown and exhibited by Armac Shorthorns, Castleton Scott of Oakview, Manitoba. Followed in the ring by entry number 730, Belle M. Lillian 133M, shown and exhibited by Leslie Headley of Headley Livestock of Rapid City, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is going to be entry number 731, Belle M. Leah 126M, shown and exhibited by Belle M. Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number one in your senior bred yearling heifer class. Just like to take a moment here and recognize a few of our general sponsors for the show to impart for the Ag X this week here. Our official towing company is Full Tilt Towing. We'd like to take the advantage right now to thank Full Tilt Towing for the official towing company of the Manitoba Ag X, and we appreciate the support in keeping things moving forward along through the week here. Our cattle sponsors this week is going to be the Brandon Sun and Sunrise Credit Union. A big thank you goes out to both of them for providing us with the cattle country. The cattle country helps support and celebrate the agriculture in the heart of the prairies. We'd also like to thank the official truck this year is going to be Kelleher Ford, our official truck. So a big shout out goes out to Kelleher Ford for being the official truck of the Manitoba Ag X. Thank you for driving the community support and helping us haul in a great show. As well, I'd like to thank our cattle supporters, Jack Auction Group and Heartland Livestock Services out of Verdun, Manitoba. We'd like to thank them for their continued support of the cattle industry and the Manitoba Ag X. Our show ring sponsors as well, can't go unnoticed around here, is the Can-Ad Inns, the Manitoba Charlet Association, and Master Feeds. A big round of applause goes out to both of them. We thank all of our show ring sponsors. Again, that's Can-Ad Inns, the Manitoba Charlet Association, and Master Feeds. Our community supporters in the cattle show are MNP and Fairway Feeds. A big thank you goes out to both of them for their community support and the dedication to the ag industry. So thank you to all of our sponsors: Full Tilt Towing, Brandon Sun and Sunrise Credit Union, Kelleher Ford, Jack Auction Group, Verdun Heartland Livestock Services, Can-Ad Inns, the Manitoba Charlet Association, Master Feeds, and MNP and Fairway Feeds. Thank you to all of them for keeping our show going forward.
On this Angus side here, this is probably the strongest calf class that's been out here today. 4 really strong individuals, a very strong heifer at the bottom of the class and a really good one at the top. I went with the 2 freshest heifers, condition-wise. I really like this heifer's front 1/3 that I started the class off. She's just so nice up through that front. She's got a nice sweep to her rib. Getting behind her, she's wide enough base. All 4 of these heifers moved out real nice. Really nice teat placement on this heifer. First and second place heifer here. But I thought this calf was the most balanced heifer in the class. The second place heifer is probably the freshest one out here. I think a very close placing between these front 2. She's really fresh. She's very nice, nice through her front. She's got a nice sweep to her belly. high enough pinned, very, very nice heifer. This heifer in third and fourth, the condition gets a little heavier on them. I'd like them probably if they're a little fresher, but two heifers that are going to go out. I'd change the head on this third place heifer probably a little bit, but very good heifer, just a little more condition. I think they look fresher. And this big heifer I put in fourth, some people put her to win. To me, she's just a little too much. I'd like to freshen her up on that front end, change her head a little bit, but big-bodied heifer, big stout heifer, 4 really strong individuals. Let's put our hands together for what I think has probably been the best class so far today.
Thank you, Scott, for those comments. So first place out of split number 3 for our senior heifer calf for the Black Angus is going to be entry 123, Perot Sarah 1N from Perot Cattle Company out of Alameda, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 120 to Twin Creek Countess 1N from Twin Creek Stock Farm. And then third place, entry 121, and fourth place goes to entry 122. Now we're going to go back to the champion drive here for the senior heifer calf. We're going to have 6 animals coming in. Coming back in from split number 1, we're going to have Mainstream Marvelous 1N from Mainstream Genetics. And then we're going to have entry 113, Boss Lake MS Val Bar 502N from Valdehus Livestock out of Elm Creek, Manitoba. From coming in from split number 2, we're going to go to entry 117, L83 Darla 515N from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And then we're going to go to entry 119, 5B Miss Shawn 37N from 5B Farms out of Forest, Manitoba. And then coming back in from split number 3, we're going to go to Perot Sarah 1N from Perot Cattle Company out of Alameda, Saskatchewan. And we're going to go back to entry number 120, Twin Creek Countess 1N from Twin Creek Stock Farm. So here is your championship drive for the senior heifer calf for the Black Angus division here today. Our sponsors for this are Matson Angus and Half Diamond H Stock Farm for this class. We'd like to thank our sponsors for that, Matson Angus all the way out of Arden, Manitoba, and Half Diamond H Stock Farm. We thank you very much for your sponsorship today.
Back in our shorthorn class here, or judge with some comments.
A class with a little bit more variety in it. Probably 3 heifers that pattern closer to each other. We're going to start the class off with this lightly roaned heifer. Just a heifer I think that is more complete from front to back for me, with thickness and belly shape. She's really starting to belly up and look bred, and just has a nice look to her. Really nice, tidy, well-tucked udder developing under her. And a nice top to her, nice presence, and that femininity that the shorthorn cattle are known for is really there. And then we come into the heifer in second, probably the most streamlined heifer, very, very feminine, very streamlined, lots of nice angles, but just maybe not quite the dimension of the heifer above her. And that could be even just where they are in their pregnancy with each other. I think once this heifer bellies up even more, she's going to be even more impressive. And then a heifer I think just kind of falls into the middle of the class. It doesn't quite have the presence to compete with the 2 ahead. And then the heifer in the end, probably the most cowy heifer in the class. Big bellied heifer, big hipped, maybe just a little flatter for me on that rear end. And when you get that kind of condition on a heifer, it really shows structural integrity. Does she get around the ring? Is she sound? I'd like to see her a little sounder today. She's maybe not tracking super well on those back wheels. And she gets a little tight and starts to roach up for me on the move a bit, but a big broody cow still, and going to be a very usable female, maybe just got out-refined here a little bit today in this class, but a great female still.
And our class winner here in split number 1 is entry number 730, Belle M. Lillian 133M, shown and exhibited by Headley Livestock of Rapid City, Manitoba. In second place is entry number 731, Belle M. Leah 126M, shown and exhibited by Belle M. Farms, Richard Mellenbuck of Inglefield, Saskatchewan. In third is entry number 729, and in fourth place was entry number 726. We're going to move into split number 2 here as they enter into the ring. These heifers are going to be age range from March 11th to February the 2nd. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 732, Double Cooley Betsy 3M, shown and exhibited by Double Cooley Farm of Glenue in Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 733, JT Florence 5M, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Following in is going to be entry number 735, Double Cooley Silver Sylvia 1M, shown and exhibited by Double Cooley Farm of Glenue in Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 734, Headley Jessie 17M, shown and exhibited by Ian Lehman of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class here is going to be entry number 736, Van Ridge Jessa Marin 60M, shown and exhibited by Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 2 in our yearling heifer division.
We're going to go back over to the Angus side here, and we're going to give you the winners for our champion senior heifer calf. The first place goes to entry 123, Perot Sarah 1N from Perot Cattle Company out of Alameda, Saskatchewan. And we're going to go to second place goes to entry 120, Twin Creek Countess 1N from Twin Creek Stock Farms. A big round of applause for those and everyone else that had cattle in those entries. Now we're going to move into class 109 junior yearling heifer born March 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024 for the Red Angus here. We're going to go to L83 Millie 433M from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And then we're going to go to Red Marmac DM Trooper 133M from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. Your sponsor for this class is Jazz Red Angus and Belle L Red Angus. Big thank you to our sponsors here today. Again, I would like to thank all the sponsors that have sponsored the Angus show here today. We really do appreciate you sponsoring. We really do need all the sponsorship you can get to keep a show like this going. So a big thank you to them. I believe our judge is ready for some comments from this class. Here he is.
Started this class with, I feel, real easy winner. She just struts around the ring like she owns it. Heifer that's really ultra nice up through her front. Really solid foot, got some heel. Front feet look really good. Nice teat spacements, nice little tiny teats coming there. Heifer that's got enough sweep to her rib and I'd maybe, if I was going to pick one part, I'd maybe tip that tail head down or maybe lift those pins a little bit. But she's just ultra nice. Probably one of the better Red Angus females that's been out here today. Heifer in second place, really nice heifer. She looks better in the stand. She just was on the fight of that halter, kind of rolled that back, gets her feet underneath her. I think she probably moves better than that when she's at home. But heifer that just gives up some basically on the move when she rolls that back a little bit. And I just think the other heifer is very, very powerful. Two strong heifers to start off this division or to win this division here.
Over on the Shorthorn side, we're going to lead off with this big white power heifer. Just a big broody style heifer, lots of shape, lots of dimension, big rib shape, big top, big quarter, really nice little udder coming on her. She's good footed, she's good on the move. We talk about heifers, when we put that kind of condition on them, they still need to get in the ring and they need to get around, and this heifer gets around beautifully, carrying that condition, and I really respect that. Into a heifer that's probably a little more sleek and streamlined and pretty, but still, I think, got some gumption to her. She's still got the goods. She pieces together into a really nice female from the shoulder back. I really appreciate that about her. Really nice hip on her. And then into a heifer, I don't think she just didn't have the size and structure maybe and power throughout that midsection of the heifers above her. But a heifer, I think, in time is going to develop into a really usable, broody type cow. And then a heifer, I think, just maybe gets a little piecey for me. I'd like to just set her down on that back 2/3 and kind of slope her out a bit. She kind of wants to roll up and hump up here today, and that could be because she stood in a stall. We know what happens at shows. I'd like to just see her a little freer out here today. And then a heifer, I think, that just probably got outshined a little bit. Just some heifers with a little more style above her, but a big power heifer. She's going to be a big type cow, raise some really big calves. So a really great group of breds, though. Congrats.
We're just going to go back to the Angus side here quick. Your winner of the Class 109 Junior Yearling Heifer goes to entry 280 L83 Millie 437M from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And then your second place goes to entry 281 Red Marmac DM Trooper 133M from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. Big congratulations to them. Now I'm going to introduce to you Class 109 Junior Yearling Heifer. Entry 124 is J. Morandi Peg 432M from J. Morandi Livestock out of Beausejour, Manitoba. And then entry 125, we're going to go to Roch in MBS Blackbird 448M out of Roch Springs Show Cattle. Oh, A&L Polled Herefords. Big thank you to them. And then we're going to go to entry number 126. We're going to go to Merritt Flora 4112M from Merritt Cattle Company out of Radville, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 127M for Rideau Lady Jet 85M from Rideau Angus Farm from Brandon, Manitoba.
Back over in the Shorthorn ring here, I'll run down on split number 2 on our champions. Our first place in split number 2 was entry number 734, Headley Jesse 17M, shown and exhibited by Melba Stock Farms, Ian Lehman of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. Second place in split number 2 was entry number 735, Double Cooley Silver Sylvia 1M, shown and exhibited by Double Cooley Farm of Glenewan, Saskatchewan. In third was entry number 732. In fourth was entry number 736, and in fifth place and rounding out the class was entry number 733. We now move into split number 3 in our yearling heifer division here. Leading off this class is entry number 737, JTPH Daisy Sophie 422M, shown and exhibited by Savannah Bjornason of Gladstone, Manitoba, White Mud Livestock. Followed in by entry number 738, KMS Reflection 28C74M, shown and exhibited by Shane Wetherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. Please make your correction in there. It is Kelwood, Manitoba, not Ontario. Followed in by entry number 739, Headley Florence 5M, shown and exhibited by Headley Livestock of Rapid City, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 740, FCCC KK103M ET, shown and exhibited by Darren Fornwell of Lampman, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class here is entry number 741, Hillhaven Lilies Harmony 5M, shown and exhibited by Jody Hawken of Glenavon, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 3 in our yearling heifer division.
Again, right now we got class 109 here on the Angus side, junior yearling heifer, born between March 1st, 2024 and December 31st, 2024. Our sponsor for this, the champion junior yearling heifer sponsor, is Glansman Farms, and your reserve junior yearling heifer is Kevin and Laura Lee Farms. A big thank you to those sponsors and all our other sponsors here today for the Angus Show. We really do appreciate it. Here's some comments from our judge on the Angus side.
4 really strong heifers in this class. These heifers are all teat and very nice teat placements. Some of them are even starting to drop a little bit out, but all small teats, all placed wide apart. I think with this first place heifer, pretty close placement between this first and second place heifer. I think it's the head and the neck, the front 1/3. This first place heifer just has a little more extension in that front, maybe just a little prettier head for me, but I like both these heifers. I think this first place heifer, just that front end kind of for me just does it. She got enough swoop to her belly for me. Both these heifers move out free and easy, tremendous feet on both these heifers. Very powerful, powerful heifers. I just maybe like this big heifer probably got a little more, in second, got a little more swoop to her belly that I like. Just probably at extension of the front end that does it for me today, but 2 very strong individuals. The third place heifer, I just like to put a little better foot on her. When she moves, she kind of gets underneath herself and kind of rolls in that back, but a really strong individual. On down the class, the 4th place heifer that rounds out the class. Very good heifer, just couldn't compete any higher today. Let's put our hands together for 4 real nice yearling heifers out there.
Okay, the champion for the junior yearling heifer for the Black Angus goes to entry 126, Merit Flora 4112M from Merit Cattle Company out of Radville, Saskatchewan. Second place goes to entry 124, J. Morandi Peg 432M from J. Morandi Livestock out of Beausejour, Manitoba. Third place goes to entry 127, and fourth place goes to entry 125. A big thank you to all those, and again, a big thank you to our sponsors for this entry, Glansman Farms and Kevin and Laura Lee Farms. A big thank you to them as well. Our next class here on the Angus side we're going to move into will be class 112, intermediate yearling heifer for the Red Angus, born February 1st, 2024 to February 29th, 2024. We're going to start this class off with entry 282 L83 Sync 493M from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. Then we're going to move into entry 283 Red Cockburn Lays 4071 from Cockburn Red Angus out of Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to move into Red LV Miss Dallas 21M from LV Farms Ltd. out of Medell, Saskatchewan. Another good set of 3 heifers in the ring here for our judge Scott Anderson to judge here now.
Ladies and gentlemen, some judges' comments in our Shorthorn ring.
So a little tougher class here in this group of breds. Just a little more variation in this class. And we're going to lead off with this big power heifer. I walked up to him and I said, that's a big booty Judy, because that's a big lady. And she holds it together well. She moves well. She's nice through that front end. There's enough elegance through that front end on a heifer of that stature and size. She gets around the ring well. I think she's got a big time potential for the Shorthorn breed. And just a heifer that just holds it together. I appreciate a heifer of that size with that kind of bone and that kind of structure to get around the ring and still look like a cow and still look feminine. Really nice udder setting down on her. And then I think we come into the heifer in second just because she patterns very similar to the heifer in first. And I'm going to try and stay consistent here today. And a heifer that, same, lots of body, lots of shape, maybe a little more shoulder to her and a little more grit, but still a heifer with lots of power and body. And I love the top of her. Really nice udder setting down. And heifers with a little more foot structure for me, a little more depth of foot and a big white foot on them. And I appreciate that. Into 2 heifers that could have gone either way here. 2 heifers that are very similar in type, really, really usable, really true to the Shorthorn look and style. Nice footed heifers, probably the nicest footed heifers in the class, but just got outpowered by the heifers above them. And then into the heifer in the end here, a big, easy keeping type of heifer. I love the body to her. I love that condition she carries and that she was able to do it. It's maybe a little much. And I think what lost it for her today is that foot structure. I'd just like to see a different foot structure on that heifer. There's just not enough heel to her. But I appreciate what she can do with feed. She has a lovely depth of body and some real size to her. But just where it falls today. But a great group of heifers. You guys should be very proud to have them in your hands.
On the red side here, 3 very fine heifers. I think the one I know the one I put in first, the most complete heifer. I really like her up through her front 1/3. I really like her. She's got a nice little Angus head on her. She's very elegant, fresh in her make. All four of these heifers have very good teat placement. All four of these, or three of these heifers have very strong feet on, lots of heel, and these heifers are all three are very good. But I think this first place heifer, I just like the swoop to her. She's just a little fresher. She's more my kind of heifer. Got a little more rib in her. You get behind her, she's wide pinned. She's just very complete heifer. And I think where she won it for me is on the movement. The other heifer just gets a little awkward. The second place heifer's got tremendous bone. I like her for her power and the way that the neck comes out of that shoulder. But I just think on the movement, she's a little choppier on her back legs. But this second place heifer, I really like her. I like how that, like I said, how that neck comes out high on her shoulder. She's got a lot of body. I would like to lay that tail head in just a little bit better on her. But this second place heifer is one that's gonna, she can go down and lay down a tremendous herd bull on her first crack. Like both these heifers are very, very powerful. The third place heifer just gives up a little bit in requires quality and type compared to the first two. But close placing on those first two. But I went with the heifer that's a little more moderate, softer, and a little more complete than the second place heifer. But love both of them. They're going to both make tremendous cows. Let's put our hands together for these Red Angus breeders for bringing out a very fine set of yearling heifers.
Okay, in first place, the champion goes to entry 282, L83 Sync 493M from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And that is sponsored by Fraser Farms. A big thank you to them. And then second place, I go to entry 283, Red Cockburn Lays 4071 from Cockburn Red Angus from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. And third place will go to entry 284. Your reserve sponsor is T&A Cattle Company. A big thank you to them as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in our shorthorn ring here, I'm just going to go into split number 3, our champion in that class, and returning back into our overall is entry number 730. Was entry number 738, KMS Reflection 28C74M, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. In second place in that class was entry number 740, FCCC KK103MET, shown and exhibited by First Class Cattle Co. of Lampman, Saskatchewan. In third place was entry number 737. In fourth place was entry number 739, and rounding out that class was entry number 741. Ladies and gentlemen, that takes us into our championship drive in our junior female division here. Leading off the championship drive will be entry number 725, Hatfield Van Rose 30M, shown and exhibited by Leslie Allen of Roblin, Manitoba. In second place in that class was entry number 724, Willow R. Missy Rose 4M, shown and exhibited by Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. It's going to take us into our senior yearling heifer class. Split number 1, our first place heifer there was entry number 730, Belle M. Lillian 133M, shown and exhibited by Headley Livestock of Rapid City, Manitoba. In second place in split number 1 was entry number 731, Belle M. Leah 126M, shown and exhibited by Belle M. Farms, Richard Mellenbeck of Ellingford, Saskatchewan. In split number 2, we're going to roll into our first place. There was entry number 734, Headley Jesse 17M, shown and exhibited by Melba Stock Farms of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. In second place in split number 2 was entry number 735, Double Cooley Silver Sylvia 1M, shown and exhibited by Double Cooley Farm of Glen Ewan, Saskatchewan. In split number 3 that we just seen and coming back into the ring here, our class winner there was entry number 738, KMS Reflection 28C74M, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. In second place in that class was entry number 740, FCCCKK103MET, shown and exhibited by First Class Cattle Co. of Lampman, Saskatchewan. With that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our judge for some comments on our championship heifers.
Well, a big round of applause for just a phenomenal set of shorthorn heifers. As we progress through the classes here today, we're developing into heifers that are now starting to belly up. They're going to show us that they're bred and that they can be bred and that they can develop into broodier type production females. And I think just a wonderful class of that. Again, staying true to your breed. I love seeing shorthorn characteristics out here and breed identity, and it's really true to yourselves. And just a wonderful, wonderful group of heifers. I just want to commend you all for the soundness on these cattle and the condition and how you present them, because they do look really great. I'm going to go out and I'll slap the champion, and then I'll slap the reserve, and just be very proud for the heifers you have in your hand. They're industry leading within your breed, and I think they'll do well at an all breed show as well. They're phenomenal. So congratulations, and I'll go out and slap a champion.
Thank you for your comments, Judge. And today, your champion yearling heifer comes out of split number 3, is entry number 738, KMS Reflection 28C71M, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. And your reserve champion comes to us out of split number 2, entry number 734, Headley Jessie 17M, shown and exhibited by Melba Stock Farms of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to all these exhibitors out there on a great championship drive. Our championship banners are junior female sponsor is Van Ridge Cattle Co., and a reserve champion female banner is sponsored by Double R Land and Cattle Company. So thank you to those great sponsors as well. We're just going to take a couple moments here to get some pictures, and we'll be back with you in the Shorthorn Ring. Over to the Angus.
Thank you, Richard, for that. We're going to go to class 112 in the ring right now. I'm going to introduce them to you. The intermediate yearling heifers, born between February 1st, 2024 and February 29th, 2024, in your Black Angus. Entry 128, Saul Ellie, 4264M from Basso Farms from Oak Lake, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 129, KCH Queen, 421M from KCH Cattle Company out of Rapid City, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 130. We're going to go to Mainstream Grace, 24M from Twin Creek Stock Farm from Rochester, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry 131, J. Morandi Grace, 416M from J. Morandi Livestock out of Beausejour, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 132, ASM Cattle Eldom Lisa, 406M from Stepler Farms, Manitoba, from Miami, Manitoba. A real nice set of heifers in the ring right now. The champion intermediate yearling heifer for the Black Angus is Green. The sponsor is Greenbush Angus, and your reserve intermediate yearling heifer sponsor is JP Cattle Company. So a big thank you to those sponsors. Here's our judge with some comments back on the Angus side.
Started out this class, this heifer, she kind of hit me when you came in the ring. Really moved out free and easy. She's not the biggest, most powerful, but she really looks good on the move. When you get out there, she doesn't just wow you, but she doesn't do anything wrong. Like she's just a really solid heifer. I thought she was the most complete in the class. One thing I do like, I like how that neck comes right out high on that shoulder. You get behind her, she's wide pinned. All these heifers have got very nice teat placement on them. Going to drop down some nice udders. I just felt this heifer was the most complete in the class. Then we get into a little bit of issues here on this second and third place heifer. This heifer, I'd like to change some things on both these heifers, but I just went with a heifer that went a little fresher maybe in her makeup. Heifer that's got lots of swoop to. Both these heifers are very good. It was very close placing. You could switch them either way. You get down into the next two placings. Both really going to make good cows. Just couldn't compete any higher. The heifer at the bottom of the class, I just like to see her put a little better hoof on her at the ground and make her a little better that way. Heifer that would have been a lot better, higher placed if she was had a little better foot structure on her. Let's put our hands together for a real nice group of bred heifers.
Okay, your champion out of the intermediate yearling heifer for the Black Angus is entry 128, Saul Ellie, 4264M from Basso Farms out of Oak Lake, Manitoba. From Levi Remke. And then we're going to go to second place. We're going to go to entry 129, KCH Queen, 421M from KCH Cattle Co. out of Rapid City, Manitoba. Third place will go to entry 131. Fourth place will go to entry 130. And fifth place will go to entry 132. Again, our sponsors for that class, the champion sponsor was Greenbush Angus, and the reserve champion sponsor is JP Cattle Company. And just a correction, entry 128 was Levi Remke.
Back over in our Shorthorn ring here, we're going to continue with our show. We're going to move into class number 607. This is going to be females born between January 1st of 2023 and December 31st of 2023 with natural 2025 foot calf at side. So we're going to have two entries in this class. Starting off this class is entry number 742. This will be CSF Margie HC 2331ET with calf at side. Wild Weather's Devil's Son 1N, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. And following in is going to be entry number 743, JT Clipper 30L, shown and exhibited by Castleton Scott of Oakview, Manitoba, with calf at side Kaz Magazine 1L. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your female born between January 1st and December 31st of 2023.
Back over to the Angus side here. Class 115 in the ring, senior yearling heifer for the Red Angus, born January 1st, 2024 to January 31st, 2024. We're going to go to entry 264, Red Marmac favorite 49M from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 265. We're going to go to Red Rook Caltech 823M from D&P Rook Farms from Alexander, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 266 to Red Bridgeway Pride 26M from Bridgeway Livestock from Wawota, Saskatchewan. These are your three heifers in this class.
We're going to leave these pairs spaced out like this so the people on DLMS and out in the crowd can see a little better. The pair here in the first slot is going to take the class. Just a really nice, complete pair. Great calf in front of her. Really nice square udder on her. Just a really feminine type female through that front end. I love her extension. Just super complete in all the places. She just really places together well on all four corners and right up into that spine, and I really like that. And then a bigger structured cow here in second with a real stylish heifer calf out in front of her. I'd like to maybe just square the udder up a little bit, but going to be a nice big structured cow, lots of length, a really good foot under, and lots of usability. And just a cow, I think, with a lot of future. And probably the coolest man on this heifer right here with the coolest hair in the class. So, but just a great class of females, so great job.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in our 2-year-old female class here is entry number 742, CSF Margie HC 2331 ET, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. And in second place, your reserve is entry number 743, JT Clipper 30L, shown and exhibited by Castleton Scott of Oakview, Manitoba. We're now going to move into our mature cow class here. These are going to be cows born before January 1st of 2023 with natural 2025 calf at foot. We have 2 entries in this class here. Leading off the class will be entry number 744, Willow RK Rose 2K, with Willow R Ned 4N at side, shown and exhibited by Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. In following her in is going to be entry number 745, JT Clipper 3J, with JT Nugget 23N at side, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your mature cow class.
On the red side here, we started with the most complete heifer in the class. Heifer that's very nice up through her front, got a gorgeous head on her, big wide muzzle on her. Heifer that's very nice her 1/3. If I was going to change her, I'd maybe soften her up in her middle 1/3 a bit. But teat placing is perfect. Teat size is really nice. Really dark, strong foot on her. Very complete heifer. This heifer in second place just gives up a little bit of foot quality, and teats just look a little longer. Like to see a little wider spacing, but a very angular type heifer. Very good, but just couldn't compete any higher today. Heifer rounded out the class in third. Heifer that just a little plainer in her overall look, but a cow one that looks like she's going to turn into a cow and maybe raise you that really good group of bull calves every year after year. Just gives up a little bit of show appeal compared to the 2 heifers above her, but she's going to make a tremendous cow. She's broody, she's cowy looking. Just gives up a bit of the overall completeness as the 2 heifers above her. Let's put our hands together for these Red Angus breeders for bringing out 3 really nice heifers.
Thank you for those comments. So in first place, the champion goes to entry 264, Red Marmac Favorite 49M from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. The champion is sponsored by Moose Creek Angus. Your reserve champion is going to be entry 266, Red Bridgeway Pride 26M from Bridgeway Livestock from Owota, Saskatchewan. The reserve is sponsored by Bridgeway Red Angus. A big thank you to them. And your third place will be entry 265 from D&P Rook Farms. A big thank you to all 3 exhibitors in that class. Next on the Angus side, we're going to move into Class 115, Senior Yearling Heifer, split number 1, born between January 1st, 2024 and January 31st, 2024. Coming in first, entry 133, Merritt Flora, 4020M from Merritt Cattle Company out of Radville, Saskatchewan. Entry 134 is Rocking K Marins 3M from Sophie Koschel out of Oxdrift, Ontario. And then we're going to go to entry 135, Perot Laura 46M from Perot Cattle Company from Alameda, Saskatchewan. Entry 136 is going to be KCH Annie K 412M from KCH Cattle Company. This is split number 1. There is 2 splits in this class.
And over in our shorthorn ring, judges' comments.
Well, I think at times we get ourselves into a class of cattle, and we're going to have a little give and take here. And the give and take in this instance is going to be, I really wish I could change the foot structure on this cow that I'm pulling into first. I wish I could change that back foot on her. doesn't have enough depth for me and is maybe probably her weakest spot. But everywhere else, she's a powerhouse. She's a powerhouse cow from the shoulder back, big middle, big topped. And for a big power cow like that to have a really tidy udder and a really nice teat set on her, and then she's got a whale of a calf in front of her. And that's what this industry is about. Sometimes we can breed these cattle to be better, and this calf has a nice foot structure on him, and I hope that that's bred into him from his sire. And I think the performance and power is going to place that cow in the first spot for me today, because I love the substance of this cow. I think she's what the beef industry is all about, and that's why she's going to win the class here today. And then a cow that I think just didn't have enough for me. A really nice, tidy-footed cow, a really nice, tidy uddered cow. And I think she just gets a little plain and a little straight for me in that front end. And just maybe not enough cow from the back third of her. I'd like to just give her a little more. And you know, there's not a lot of difference in age. There's only a year difference in age of these cows. And what the red cow in first has done with it, I appreciate. And that's why she ends up in first here today. And then a calf that I think is really usable and a really nice type beside her. And that's just how it is going to be today. So we have some give and take in the industry, and that's what it's about. What can you use and what traits do you want to see? And I think that's why this cow took the class here for me today. I really like that calf in front of her as well. So great job.
And your class winner in your mature cow class is entry number 745, JT Clipper 3J with JT Nugget 23N at side, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Followed by your second place entry is entry number 744, Willow RK Rose 2K with Willow R Ned 4N at side, shown and exhibited by Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. We're now going to go into our senior champion division class here. Our senior champion female class will be sponsored by Moss-Side Shorthorns and Little Valley Livestock. Coming back in will be entry number 742, CSF Margie HC 2331ET with Wild Weather's Devil's Son 1N at side, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 743, JT Clipper 30L with Castle Magazine 1L at side, shown and exhibited by Castleton Scott of Oakview, Manitoba. And coming back out of the class that we just seen is entry number 745, JT Clipper 3L with JT Nugget 23N at side, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. And our second place in that class was entry number 744, Willow RK Rose 2K, shown with Willow R Ned 4N at side, shown and exhibited by Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, are some judges' comments on our champion senior cow.
So a big round of applause. It's never an easy task to bring a pair into town. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to keep a cow in good condition and get her bred and get her calved out and bring her here as a pair. And that's no easy task. So I really, really appreciate seeing pairs of this quality out in the ring. We're going to lead the class off with this pair right here. If you want to just pull up and pull out here. Just a really, really nice, complete shorthorn pair. They've got real nice characteristics that I think tie them both together. I think the bull calf within himself is going to be very, very good. He'll be a bull sale feature certainly for these people, and a female that I think probably has donor quality and a bright future for these people as well. Just she's so complete front to back. I think she patterns that heifer calf we saw win our open heifer calf division. I think you see her back as a pair very similar to this, similar in type and kind, and just very usable, and I really appreciate that about them. And then reserve champion, we're going to go to the young man with the great hair, if you want to just pull out here too. Just a really, really fancy little pair. I think that patterns in type and kind and foot quality and udder quality with each other. I think both just really exemplify each other. A really nice heifer calf on the front of this cow. And I appreciate teat size, foot quality, front extension, everything on this cow is similar to the cow that won. So a great grand and reserve champion, shorthorn pairs. So a big round of applause.
On the Black Angus side here, I started this class off what I think is a real easy winner in this class. One of the better females been out here today. Heifer, you'd start at that muzzle, and she's big muzzle on her. She's gorgeous headed, got that true Angus header. neck comes out high in that shoulder. She's got a big swoop to her belly. She's really hard to pick apart. A very nice Angus female. Then you get into a bit of an issue with these next two heifers, a little bigger. Maybe some heifers that have been showed a little more in the summer. They're they're a little staler looking for me, but I just thought that what does it for me with these two heifers, I think this second place heifer a little better in her forerib than the other heifer, maybe a little better swoop to her belly. Both of them, all four of these heifers are going to lay down gorgeous udder. The teeth spacing there is on this third place heifer is like 6 inches away. There's no way she cannot have a great udder. But three very strong heifers to start off this class. This heifer in fourth just gives up a little bit of type and quality compared to a little bit of softness compared to the heifers above her. But four very strong individuals in this class. Let's put our hands together for these Black Angus breeders.
Okay, coming out of class 115, senior yearling heifer, split number 1 is entry 131, Merit Flora, 4020M, from Merit Cattle Co. out of Radville, Saskatchewan. Second place will go to entry 135, Perot Laura, 46M, from Perot Cattle Co. out of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Third will go to entry 136, and fourth will go to entry 134. Once they're ready here, we're going to move into class 115, senior yearling heifer, split number 2. We're good to go. Entry 137 will come in the ring first. Ramrod Barbermarie, 406M from Ramrod Livestock out of Deloraine, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 138 for RRW Candy, 409M from Ramrod Rest Cattle Co. from Redver, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 139 for Greenwood Evening Tinge, 14M from Nolan Cattle Company from Cypress River, Manitoba.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over into the Shorthorn ring here. Our Grand and Reserve Champion banners in our senior division was sponsored by Mosside Shorthorns and Little Lady. Our champion senior female was entry number 742, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. And your reserve champion was entry number 743, JT Clipper 30L, shown and exhibited by Castleton Scott of Oakview, Manitoba. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us into our championship drive. We're just going to take a couple moments as they're going to take pictures at the backdrop of our champions before we go into our championship female class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's our judge from the Angus side for some comments on Split 2.
Started this class off what I feel is the most complete heifer in the class. She's the freest moving heifer. That's where she gets over the second place heifer, just her freedom of movement. But this heifer is really nice up through her front, big wide muzzle on her. Teeth placement's fine, feet are fine. Would I like to change some things about her? Sure, but she's the best one out here, and I think she's going to make a tremendous cow. The second place heifer, I just like to change her front end, freshen her up through her front end a little bit, get her a little freer on the movement for today to compete any higher, and then get into the third place heifer. She's just get a little, she's tailheads up there. She's a little flat on those feet. I'd like to change that. That's probably the biggest thing I'd want to change on her, is that she's just a little flat on that foot for me, and bring that tail head down a little bit. But she kind of rolls in that back when she walks out. But all four of those, or three of the heifers, going to have beautiful udders on them, like Angus are supposed to have. And let's put our hands together for these Angus breeders for bringing out these heifers.
Thank you for that. So for split number 2, first place goes to entry 137, Ramrod Barbara Marie, 406M from Ramrod Livestock from Deloraine, Manitoba. Second place goes to entry 138, RRW Candy, 409M from Ramrod West Cattle Company out of Redverse, Saskatchewan. And third place goes to entry 139 from Nolan Cattle Company. Now we're going to get into our champion drive on the senior yearling heifers for the Black Angus here. Coming in from split number 1, we're going to have entry 133 Merit Flora 4020M from Merit Cattle Company out of Radville, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry 135 Perot Laura 46M from Perot Cattle Company out of Alameda, Saskatchewan. And coming back from split number 2, we're going to have entry 137 Ramrod Barbara Marie 406M from Ramrod Livestock from Deloraine, Manitoba. And coming back also is entry 138 RRW Candy 409M from Ramrod West Cattle Company from Redverse, Saskatchewan. Here's your champion drive for senior yearling heifers for the Black Angus. The champion senior yearling heifer is going to be sponsored by Kembar Angus, and the reserve is going to be sponsored by Elk Ridge Farms. So our champion is entry 133 Merit Flora 4020M from Merit Cattle Company. And your second place reserve champion is going to go to entry 135 Perot Laura 46M from Perot Cattle Company out of Alameda, Saskatchewan. A big congratulations to them. Again, this class is sponsored by Kembar Angus and Elk Ridge Farms. A big thank you to our sponsorships. This is Kembar Angus going to present our champion senior yearling heifer. We're just going to get a few pictures here, and then we'll keep moving on with our show on the Angus side here. A reminder, the Manitoba Junior Angus Show will take place this Saturday, November 1st at 9 a.m. Come check out our Angus breeders of tomorrow and their livestock. Manitoba Junior members, the deadline to submit an application for the Manitoba Junior Angus Show Female of the Year is November 15th. Forms can be found online at the Manitoba Angus Association website or Facebook page. Okay, we're going to move into Class 118, 2-year-old female with 2025 natural calf at foot. Born January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023 with her own 2025 natural purebred tattooed calf at foot. Okay, we're going to go to entry 285. We're going to go to L83 Jillian 328L. With calf L83 Jillian 535N from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And then entry 286, we're going to go to Red ACC Tibby 169L with calf Red ACC Washington 1N from Anderson Cattle Company Inc. from Swan River, Manitoba.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Shorthorn show here. We're going to be looking at our grand champion overall female now. Coming back in from our championship heifer calf class will be entry number 720, Moss Side Breathtaker 14N, shown and exhibited by Moss Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. Your reserve champion heifer calf was brought to you by Megan Turton of Cardiff, Saskatchewan. This is entry number 710, 3D True Love 8N, and into our yearling bred heifer class. Your grand champion there was entry number 738. This is KMS Reflection 28C74M, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. Your reserve champion was entry number 734. This is entry Headley's Jessie 17M, shown and exhibited by Melba Stock Farms. Ian Lehman of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. Into your senior pair champion was entry number 742, CSF Margie HC 2331 ET with Wild Weather Devil's Son 1N at side, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. And your reserve champion senior female was entry number 743, JT Clipper 30L with Castle Magazine 1L at side, shown and exhibited by Castleton Scott of Oakview, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask at this point in time, please put your hands together for your championship Shorthorn female class. And our judge is ready with some comments.
Big round of applause for just a phenomenal set of Shorthorn females. Females of this quality definitely didn't make my job easy today. I just think this is a great representation of the breed. I think it's just a wonderful representation of what the Shorthorn industry is all about and the kind of cattle that you can find and the usability in this breed. Just a phenomenal type and kind out here in the ring today. We have a big power heifer that I think is exceptional within herself, and we have some fancier heifer calves down here that out as well are just a wonderful type and true representation of what they're going to develop into is right here behind them in these two pairs. Two females that I just think have a lot of femininity, beautiful, beautiful udders on them, and calves that I think have a lot of potential and a lot of future. I just want to commend you all for just a wonderful job today. It's been wonderful sorting through these females, and I look forward to getting into the bulls. But that being said, I'm going to hand the mic back, and I'll come out and I'll slap a grand and I'll slap a reserve.
On the red side here, there's just two 2-year-olds. I think this one that I've got at the front here rides the top quite easily. I really like the calf. Calf's solid. The cow is solid. She's got a big muzzle on her. She's got a bit nice sweep to her rib. Just not doing a lot of things wrong. I think she's doing a great job on this calf. I would like to put a little more heel on the cow if I was going to change her, but other than that, she's pretty and maybe tweaked out her a little bit for me. But heifer, 2-year-old and calf that rides the class real easy. I think she's She's done a great job, and the calf is going to be like a lot like her mother. Getting to second place, calf was kind of fighting the halter, getting around the ring. Really long spine calf that rolls up his back a little bit. I think he's probably moves out a little freer and easy at home, but he was kind of fighting that rope today. Really nice 2-year-old cow here. Acceptable udder. She's all the right angles. She's long, got extension through the front end. Nice headed. Just couldn't compete any higher today, but 2 really nice pairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in your shorthorn female here is entry number 742 CSF Margie HC 2331 ET with Weatherman Devil's Son 1N at side, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, in your reserve champion comes to us out of the yearling bred heifer class, entry number 738 KMS Reflection 28C74M, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your championship shorthorn female. Our banners are sponsored by Headley Livestock and Poplar Park Shorthorns, Jess and Russell Thompson out of Hamiota, Manitoba. Congratulations to our exhibitors and everybody that was in the championship drive. At this point in time, our shorthorn class is going to take a 10 to 15 minute break here, and we will reconvene right back here with split number 1 of our bull calf classes. These bulls will be born between March 16th and April 23rd. We'll take a moment break, and we'll turn it back over into the Angus ring.
Thank you for that, Richard. Okay, your champion, 2-year-old female with 2025 natural calf at foot for the Red Angus goes to entry 285. L83 Jillian 328L with calf at foot. L83 Jillian 535N. From L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And then you're going to go to reserve champion's going to go to entry 286, Red ACC Tibby 169L from Red ACC, and the calf Red ACC Washington 1N. From Anderson Cattle Company from Swan River, Manitoba. Your sponsors for that class are going to be Camel Cattle Company and Stepler Farms. A big thank you to them. We're now going to move into Class 118, 2-year-old female with 2025 natural calf at foot for the Black Angus. You're going to go to entry 140, Bar H Miss Evergreen, 43L with her calf Bar H Vindictor 2N. And your entry 141 will be Boss Lake MS Marsa 307L with calf Boss Lake MS Marsa 533N. These are your 2 pairs for the Black Angus 2-year-old female with 2025 natural calf at foot. This class is going to be sponsored by Country View Angus and Bootsman Cattle Company. A big thank you to those sponsors and all our other sponsors. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's our judge with comments from this round.
Two exceptional 2-year-olds here that are going to have handle a lot of competition later in the fall at Agribition. I'm sure they're both going to be there. This is what the Angus breed is all about, is cows like these with these udders and raising big. One's got a big bull calf on her, one's got a March heifer calf. But this is why the Angus breed has been renowned around the world for their mother cows, and it's cows like these that just don't do anything right. They paint those perfect udders on them, and that's why the Canadian Angus cow is so popular around the world. But I went with this cow with this big bull calf. I probably prefer her udder. Teats are just a little finer than the second place 2-year-old, but that's very picky to do. But I do like this bull calf. He's got a lot of heel on him. He's looks youthful for a January calf, but he is starting to get some crest on him. Calf that I think is going to mature into quite an interesting bull. He doesn't do a lot of things wrong. He moves out free and easy. A calf that I think is going to turn out to be quite a herd bull. And the cow, you know, you look at her, you start at her nose. She's got a big wide muzzle on her. They got those big floppy ears. She's got a big swoop to her belly. And I guess what did it for me, I think, was the two cows are so close that I think that I just liked her teat size just a little bit better than the other cow. Not that the other cow's got a bad udder, so they're both exceptional. They're both spaced out well. And then we get into second place after a really nice March calf. I really like the calf. I just thought today that I'm going to go with the big bull calf. It's easier to get a heifer calf come out here in front of these cows, but to get a big bull calf out here that's kind of put together right is a little harder feat. And but again, I love both of them. You could flip-flop me all day long, but this is the way I placed them today. Thank you. Let's give a huge hand for these two exhibitors for bringing out two amazing cows.
Thank you for those comments. So your champion out of the Black Angus 2-year-old female with a 2025 natural calf at foot is going to go to entry 140. Bar H Miss Evergreen 43L with her calf Bar H Vindictor 2N from Bar H Land and Cattle from Langenburg, Saskatchewan. And then your reserve champion is going to go to entry 141 Boss Lake MS Marsa 307L with her calf Boss Lake MS Marsa 533N from Boss Lake Genetics at Parkland County, Alberta. Again, this the champion was sponsored by Country View Angus, and the reserve champion is going to be sponsored by Bootsman Cattle Company. Okay, now we're going to go to class 121, mature female with 2025 calf at side. For the Black Angus here, we have one entry in this class, and that'll be entry 142, Eastondale Bonnie Lady, 114.20, with her calf Eastondale Sniper, 54.25. Coming from Eastondale Angus, out of Wowoda, Saskatchewan. Here's some judges, or some comments from our judge on this class.
Very nice, mature cow. I think she's a 5-year-old out here with a February calf. Very, very nice pair. Cow's got a really solid foot. She's doesn't do anything wrong. Gorgeous udder on her. Calf is stout, thick when you get in behind them. Just a really solid pair. It'll be exciting to see them come back for the championship drive.
So that was sponsored by Willow Rock Angus and Country View Angus. A big thank you to them. We're going to do the red grand champion female to start for the Red Angus. Okay, coming back in for the champion drive here. We got entry 250. We got red LV Reba 79N from Logan Martinson from Medale, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 252, red Marmac Ruby 74N from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. Then we're going to go to entry 251, red Camel Miss Sam 527N from Camel Cattle Company from Neepawa, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 254, red Marmac Bonita 39N from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 259, red Cockburn Cora 5002 from Cockburn Red Angus from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry Then we're going to go to the junior yearling, entry 280, L83 Millie 43M. From L83 Ranch from West Hope, North Dakota. And then we're going to go to Red Marmac DM Trooper 133M from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 282, L83 Sync 493M from L83 Ranch from West Hope, North Dakota. Entry 283, Red Cockburn Lays 4071 from Cockburn Red Angus from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry 264, Red Marmac Favorite 49M from Marmac Farms from Brandon. And then we're going to go to entry 266 from Red Bridgeway Pride 26M from Bridgeway Livestock from Rowota, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 285 from L83 Jillian 328L with L83 Jillian 535N. We're going to go, that's from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And then entry 286, Red ACC Tibby 169L with the calf Red ACC Washington 1N. From Anderson Cattle Company from Swan River, Manitoba. Those are your entries for the champion drive for the champion female for the Red Angus. Let's give all exhibitors a round of applause as they've got a real nice set of heifers and cows in the ring right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just quickly back over into the Shorthorn show here. We're going to start off our split number one here is entry number 746, Weatherall Devil's Son 1N, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 747, Willow RN. Is this right? Oh, yeah. Willow RN 4N, shown and exhibited by Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 748, RT Nitro 47N, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is entry number 749, JT Nugget 23N, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number one in our bull calf division in the Shorthorn ring, and your judges' comments over in the Angus ring on his champion female drive.
This time I think we should put our hands together and show our appreciation for these Red Angus breeders bringing out a tremendous group of females today. Costs a lot of money to come to these shows, and it's just, we need to show our appreciation. I did a lot of it when I was a few years younger, and it was a fun lifestyle, but it does cost a lot of money, and that was probably 10 years ago or over that before we showed, and I know what it would cost now to bring these cattle out, but sure a nice way to promote your breed and your programs. And I think Red Angus show was small, but the quality was very deep. I'm very happy with these females I got out here. The divisions, like I said, some of the divisions were really light, but the quality was really good. And with that, I'm going to go pick my champions. I think the red breeds come a long ways. They've worked on these udders. They've really worked hard on the feet as good and done as good a job as any breed out there, I think. They had a problem years ago, and I think they're getting it under control. And I think it's really good to see that what the Red Angus breeders have done for this red breed. They've really have improved them in the last decade or decade and a half. And with that, I'm going to go and pick my champion reserve, champion female.
Okay, your champion female goes to entry 285 L83 Jillian 328L with the calf L83 Jillian 535, and coming from L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And your reserve champion is going to go to entry 282 L83 Sync 493M from L83 Ranch at West Hope, North Dakota as well. A big round of applause for everyone in this champion drive, and a big round of applause for our champion and reserve champion. The banners for the champion and reserve champion for the Red Angus sponsors will be Canadian Red Angus Promotional Society and Springville Farms. A big thank you to our sponsors. We'll get some pictures here, and then we'll get right into the champion drive for the Black Angus female.
Over on the Shorthorn side of our first class of bull calves, the champion calf, or the leadoff calf, is going to be this dark red calf here. Just a really nice, soft-made calf. Lots of muscle expression. Really, really appreciate the width of top and the big round quarter he's carrying. He carries it low. He carries his belly low. He's got a full flank. And I really respect the shoulder he's carrying. He's got a real presence to him already. Starting to crest up a little bit. He's got nice testicle development, and he's got a really nice foot under him as well. Into a little bull that I think, quite a little bit younger in age, but really complete, really nice through that front end. And you kind of can't fault him. He's just really put together well. Nice footed. Again, nice testicle development. Real nice look to him. And then a calf that in third just gets a little bigger structured and maybe a little coarser and a little straighter in spots, but has some performance there and is going to be a performance bull and offer a lot of good. And then a little white calf I think just got outperformed. Just maybe not the muscle expression. He is the youngest calf in the class, but I think just maybe got outperformed and outstyled a little bit, but a calf that has a lot of usability to him and a lot of good still. So great first class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, split number 1 year calf in first place was entry number 749, JT Nugget 23N, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Your second place in split number 1 was entry number 746, Wild Weather's Devil's Son 1N, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 748, and in fourth place and rounding out the class was entry number 747. We're now going to move into split number 2 here in our bull calf division. This is bulls born after January the 1st of 2025 with a minimum of 3 months of age at judging time. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 750 Double R Nacho Libre 11N, shown and exhibited by Noah Rempel of Rivers, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 751 Double Cooley Nationwide 11N, shown and exhibited by Double Cooley Farm of Glenewan, Saskatchewan. Following in is going to be entry number 752, Moss-Side Defender 34N, shown and exhibited by Moss-Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. And rounding out this class, his entry number 754, Van Ridge Nash 461N, shown and exhibited by Van Ridge Cattle Company, Incorporated out of Elm Creek, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 2 in our bull calf class.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are with the champion drive for the Black Angus female. We're coming in first. You got entry 103, Rideau Ever Intense 91N from Rideau Angus Farm from Brandon, Manitoba. Entry 102 is Bolton Blackbird 125N from Bolton Angus from Rowota, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry 105. We're going to go to Mainstream Southern Belle 11N from Mainstream Genetics. Then we're going to go to entry 110, Eastondale Forever Lady 3225 from Eastondale Angus from Rowota, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry 123. Which is Perot Sarah 1N from Perot Cattle Company from Alameda, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 120, which is Twin Creek Countess 1N from Twin Creek Stock Farm from Watrous, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to 126, which is Merit Flora 4112M from Merit Cattle Co. from Radville, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry 124, which is J. Morandi Peg 432M from J. Morandi Livestock at Beausejour, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 128, which is Saul Ellie 4264M from Levi Bremke. And then we're going to go to entry 129, which is KCH Queen 421M from KCH Cattle Co. at Rapid City, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 133, which is Merit Flora 4020M from Merit Cattle Co. from Radville, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry 135, Perot Loris 46M from Perot Cattle Co. from Alameda, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry 140, which is Bar H Miss Evergreen 43L with her calf Bar H Vindictor 2N from Bar H Land and Cattle at Langenburg, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to 141, Boss Lake MS Marsa 307 with her calf Boss Lake MS Marsa 533N from Boss Lake Genetics at Parkland County, Alberta. Let's give a big round of applause for all our Black Angus females that made it to the champion round. What a set of females we have right now. I'm going to turn the mic over to our judge, Scott Anderson, for some comments on the champion round.
I think we should put our hands together for these Black Angus breeders for bringing out a tremendous set of females here today. This breed was the heart and soul of my whole career. And we showed some really good ones. We sold some really good ones. This lineup here today just took it to another level. I judged a couple years ago, I judged at Agribition. I called that, I labeled that the greatest show the Angus breed has ever seen in Canada. And some of these front lineup today and the second lineup here, some of those cattle are as equally as good. Makes me really proud being an Angus breeder to come out here and appraise a group of females like this back in my home province. And just the breed has done amazing things over the last 2 decades. I think the cattle have never been as right as they are now. These females got lots of substance and volume capacity. The udders in every one of these females, I'll put them up against any other breed as far as quality and type and kind. Just makes me feel very proud, and these exhibitors should be proud of what they've done and how they've brought this breed forward to make it just one of the powerhouse breeds that every other breed wants to duplicate as far as the females go. And with that, I'm going to go and pick out my champion reserve female. Thank you.
So your champion is going to go to entry 140, which is Bar H Miss Evergreen 43L with her calf Bar H Vindictor 2N. Coming to you from Bar H Landon Cattle from Landenberg, Saskatchewan.
Just hold on.
And reserve is going to go to 133, which is Merrick-Cattle Co. Merritt Flora 4020M from Merrick-Cattle Co. at Radville, Saskatchewan. A big thank you to them and to everyone in our champion drive. Now I'm going to turn it over to the Shorthorn side for some judges' comments, I believe.
Just another great class of bull calves over here. Two really, really eye-catching, unique individuals off the front of this class. The calf that ends up taking the class, just maybe a few ribs longer and a little more performance to him and a little more shape and natural muscle, but just two really, really sound, great calves within the breed. The calf in second has such a pop to him and such a look. He maybe just got a little outperformed by the calf above him, but two really unique individuals within the breed, and look forward to both of them coming back. And then a calf in third that I think probably just got outperformed. Still a very usable calf, complete front to back, a lot of muscle shape, a real eye-catching look to him. And then a calf in the end, the younger calf in the class, maybe just wasn't as moving his best from the back wheels today. I'd like to see him a little freer on those back wheels, but just a really, really young calf and a lot of good to him and a lot of future.
In split number 2 is going to be your class winners, entry number 752, Moss-Side Defender 34N, shown and exhibited by Moss-Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. In second place in split number 2 is entry number 754, Van Ridge Nash 461N, shown and exhibited by Van Ridge Cattle Co. Incorporated of Elm Creek, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 751, and rounding out the class is entry number 750. We're now going to move ourselves into split number 3 in our Shorthorn bull calves here. They're going to be born between January the 1st and February 21st. We're going to lead this class off with entry number 755, 3DHS Quick and Easy 4N, shown and exhibited by 3 Diamonds Shorthorns out of Cardiff, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Shelby Hickey. And then coming followed in there will be entry number 753, Bell M Cavalier 21N, shown and exhibited by Bell M Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 756, Moss-Side Jetstream 73N, shown and exhibited by Moss-Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is going to be entry number 757, Hatfield Hatfield Nostradamus 23N, shown and exhibited by Melba Stock Farms of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. Also co-owner on that one is Crooked Post Shorthorns and Rocky Mountain House, Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 3 in our bull calf class.
There we go. Morning, everyone. I'm Devin Boytz, and I'm the current Manitoba Angus president. And before we kind of get rolling into our bull show here for Angus, we wanted to present a few awards. The first one is for Lois and Arlene. They have been on the Outlook committee for a number of years. So actually, this summer's issue of the Manitoba Angus Outlook marked our outgoing of the Outlook editors Lois McRae and Arlene Kirkpatrick for their retirement. For the past 20 years, Lois and Arlene have produced the Outlook contributor. As my alarm's going off on my phone, there we go. That was distracting me. So for the past 20 years, Lois and Arlene have produced the Outlook, contributing countless of hours of gathering content and producing the editions that show the spirit and heart of the Manitoba Angus community. On behalf of the Manitoba Angus Board of Directors and outgoing Manitoba Angus boards, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your selfless dedication, countless hours of work, and unwavering passion towards the outlook. You have both made an immeasurable impact, and we are forever grateful for the time you spent doing that, so thank you. You come take a picture. And a couple more awards to present, some quick ones here. We have a couple outgoing members from last year. Holly Madsen, who served on the board for 3 years, and we also have Alan Nicolation here, who served on the board for approximately 12 years. On his last stint here, he served as vice president, and in the past has also served as the president of the Manitoba Angus Association. So we thank them both for their countless years of dedication and hard work towards the association and their ideas, and just want to take this time to thank them, and yeah, appreciate the support, and if we can give them a round of applause as well, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over in our shorthorn ring here, we're going to turn to judges' comments.
Another great class of bull calves here. We're going to lead the class off with just a really unique individual, just really nice made, a real up-headed kind of bull, nice neck extension, a real nice shoulder on him still, and then just flows right into a really nice full top and kind of a thick middle and nice depth all the way along. I like him through the flank. I like how he carries that rear quarter, a really nice footed bull, and just a real eye-catching, appealing bull within the breed, and then just a lot of good there. And then a bull follows him very similar in pattern and type, just a nice, soft-made, big-bellied, kind of round-quartered, well-muscled bull that's balanced really well. Really appreciate the foot under that bull. Just a really eye-catching individual. Two bulls, I think, within the short-horn breed that have so much usability and good right here in the ring. And then I think two bulls that just maybe got outperformed and outstyled by two very good bulls. Not to say these ones aren't. A really nice, very, very shapely little calf. a little bit younger, but still a lot of eye appeal. And then a calf, I think, with probably the most length that just gives up a little bit of power and width and base and stuff to me, but still a very user-friendly calf and a really nice look to him. So a wonderful class of bull calves. Great job.
Thank you, Keegan, for the comments there. We're going to lead off this class here with entry number 757, Hatfield Nostradamus 23N, shown and exhibited by Melba Stock Farms of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. Followed in reserve is entry number 756, Mosside Jetstream 73N, shown and exhibited by Mosside Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 755, and rounding out the class is entry number 753. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us time now. We're going to have our championship bull calf drive. Coming back from split number 1 and entering into the ring right now is going to be entry number 749. 749 is JT Nugget 23N, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Your second place out of split number 1 is entry number 746. Wild Weather's Devil's Son 1N, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. As we move into split number 2, split number 1's entering the ring. Split number 2, our first place calf there was entry number 752, Mosside Defender 34N, shown and exhibited by Mosside Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. Our second place calf in split number 2 was entry number 754, Van Ridge Nash 461N, shown and exhibited by Van Ridge Cattle Co. Incorporated of Elm Creek, Manitoba. And in our third split that we just seen and entering back into the ring right now is number 757, Hatfield Nostradamus 23N, shown and exhibited by Melba Stock Farms of Chaplin, Manitoba. Or Chaplin, Saskatchewan. And in second place in split number 3 was entry number 756, Mosside Jetstream 73N, shown and exhibited by Mosside Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your championship bull calf class. Please put your hands together for all these exhibitors. An excellent set of bull calves out there. Our Grand Champion Bull Calf banner is sponsored by Section 19 Cattle Co. Our Reserve Champion Bull Calf banner is sponsored by Willow R Farms. At this point in time, I've heard that it's Bill and Isabel Atchison's last show here today, and I'd like to call upon their daughter Sherry to say a few words on their behalf.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the 2025 Shorthorn Show for this quick opportunity to share my thanks before we move on to what will be a great selection of bull classes. Many of you know my parents, Bill and Isabel Atchison of Herburn Shorthorns. You may not know that their first papered Shorthorns were in 1958, and their first AgX show was actually 1980, so that's 45 years of coming and being part of this community. The time has come for a major herd downsizing and the last of this era of Dad bringing his cattle to the show. This week, Dad in his late 80s has led his heifer calves in and out of tie-outs, washed them, maybe sprayed a few neighbors in the wash rack, and of course was the first to the barn on show day at 2:30 a.m. this morning. Dad also did the halter training as I was in Alberta, and the Herburn easy disposition was evident this week. I want to thank the Manitoba Shorthorn Breeders, the Manitoba Bull and Heifer Test Station nearby in Douglas, and AgX for the support that has enabled my parents to keep participating and bringing cattle to these great events for so many years. In particular, this week, Leslie Headley has made sure we had a prime location that helped with accessibility issues on so many levels. Other breeders in the barn are always helpful and kind when needed. I've seen these thoughtful efforts from my parents continually increasing over the last few years at this show, and it's been appreciated. I'm sure no one will miss helping to move that big brown tack box, though. Another thank you to my sister, who is out here from Whitehorse, Yukon this week, as well as the relatives that are here in person and online watching the show. To hear about the herd changes, please stop by the booth or read their full-page write-up in the fall issue of the Canadian Shorthorn Report. It's looking like you may see quite a few juniors and herds showing Herburn cattle or offspring next year. There are still some favorite young cows and heifer calves that will be available for the Jewels of the Prairie sale on December 3rd, plus a lot of other great offerings in the Shorthorn community. As well, we have entries in the Manitoba Performance Test Station that can be tracked online and will be sold at the end of March. I personally have also decided to provide a heifer calf to the test station for their raffle. So for the price of a raffle ticket, someone can potentially own a piece of Herburn history for a great cause. There will be a couple of shorthorns on the farm to keep the farmer out of trouble, and you can be sure that mom and dad will be following the shows and herds that are continuing on the journey with their genetics. Thank you again for the support to my family over the years. Please stop by and say hello to Bill and Isabel in their stall. The Shorthorn community is very special to us. They're sitting there in the back row for anybody who wants to say hello.
Congratulations, Bill and Isabel. Always big time supporters of this. Keegan, I do believe you've got some comments on our championship bull calf.
What an absolute wonderful tribute to people of the breed. Congratulations. It feels pretty special to go and slap a champion bull calf after something like that, because it is a true testament to the breed. Just a wonderful class of bull calves here. Really, really happy with how it came together. I think there's individuals in here that just have so much use and so much good in the breed. We have some calving ease type bulls. We have some bulls I think are gonna have some big time performance and really represent them well in the breed. Just very happy with the soundness of the individuals in here, the foot quality, and just all around presence is just exceptional in here. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna slap a grand and a reserve, and these are two bulls that I think a whole heck of a lot of. I think the look and presence they have in this industry is exceptional. So I think if you're looking for a shorthorn bull, I would find them in a stall and find out where these bulls are being marketed, because they deserve a good home and a great place to go breed. So I'll go out and slap a champion and a reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your bull calf champion is entry number 757, Hatfield Nostradamus 23N, shown exhibited by Melba Stock Farms of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion comes to us out of split number 2, and it's going to be entry number 752, Moss-Side Defender 34N, shown exhibited by Moss-Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion bull calf banners are sponsored by Rock Ridge Ranch and Herburn Shorthorns. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into our yearling bull class here. This is going to be bulls born between January 1st of 2024 and March 31st of 2024. We've got 5 entries in this class. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 758, Bell M. Terminarch 110M, shown and exhibited by Bell M Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan, followed in by entry number 759, JT Maverick 8M, shown and exhibited by Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 760. This will be NVR On the River 1M, shown and exhibited by New View Cattle Company of Elm Creek, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 761, LWFS Cargo 2410 PW, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. And rounding out this class, coming from Lampman, Saskatchewan, is entry number 762, FCCC Safe Word 101MET, shown and exhibited by First Class Shorthorns of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your yearling bull drive. Our junior bull banners and the winners of this class, our champion junior bull will be sired by Rockridge Ranch, and Herburn Shorthorns is the reserve champion banner sponsor. A few of our sponsors throughout the week here we'd like to thank. Our official towing company is Full Tilt Towing. A big thank you goes out to them for the official towing company of the Manitoba Ag X. We appreciate their sponsorship and support as they keep things moving along throughout the week. Our cattle country sponsors is the Brandon Sun and Sunrise Credit Union. The Brandon Sun and Sunrise Credit Union are proud to sponsor the cattle country, which is at the Manitoba Ag X. Your support helps us celebrate agriculture in the heart of the prairies. As well, our official truck for the week is sponsored by Kelleher Ford. A big shout out goes out to Kelleher Ford, the official truck of the Manitoba Ag X. Thank you for your community support and helping us haul in a great show. Our cattle sponsors for this week and our sponsor for yesterday's jackpot show for the announcer was Jack Auction Group and Heartland Livestock Services out of Verdun, Manitoba. We'd like to thank the Jack Auction Group and the Heartland Livestock Services out of Verdun for their support and continued support of the Manitoba Ag X. Our show ring sponsors for this week is the Canad Inns, the Manitoba Charlet Association, and Master Feeds. A big thank you goes out to these show ring sponsors as they are the official sponsors of our show ring. The Angus are showing over in the Manitoba Charlet ring, and we're showing in the Master Feeds ring here in the North Arena. As our community sponsors are the cattle show are MNP and Fairway Feeds. A special thank you goes out to MNP and Fairway Feeds for their community support in the cattle show as well and their dedication to the egg industry. Ladies and gentlemen, these sponsors keep this show going around and around, as well as all of our volunteers and employees of the Provincial X. I think at this point in time, if you're out there and you can hear them, please give those sponsors a big round of applause for their continued support. Again, I'll talk about our judge out there as we've got a little bit of time before the Angus gets started again. Keegan Scory is our official judge of the Shorthorn Show, and I do believe he's going to be sticking around to judge our Speckle Parks at 1:30. That class has been moved back to 1:30 is when the Speckle Parks are going to start. But Keegan grew up on his family farm south of Beaver Lodge, where he and his husband own and operate KSL Semitals. Alongside their family, they run 400 registered Semital cows, 500 purebred cows, and the remainder of the herd, totaling up to 1,000 head, is commercial cattle. They sell about 100 bulls yearly through their annual bull sale on the farm and are now proud and hosting their very first annual registered bred heifer female sale this fall on the farm as well. Keegan is a Olds collegiate graduate and has been involved in the cattle industry since early childhood. He went through the 4-H and purebred shows, developing the love of evaluating and judging cattle with the interest with the cattle industry of the youth. He feels that the commercial cattle and backgrounding feedlot experiences tie together with their large purebred herd and offers a great connection between the market steers, breeding females, and industry demands of today, all the while doing his best to get our youth excited about the industry and teaching them the great morals and values of this industry. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge of the day, Keegan Scory.
Well, again, a great representation of the Shorthorn breed out here in this bull class. We're going to lead off with this powerful bull in the one spot. Just a really uniquely shaped individual. I really appreciate him. He's got some bone to him. He's got some structure. He's got a shoulder there. He's still well extended through that front end, and I think kind of nice headed, and he just explodes with shape and dimension behind that shoulder. There's just a lot to him. You get behind him, there's lots of muscle, there's lots of quarter. He's got a really nice set of testicles under there that, I think outperform the bulls below him. Just a power individual that I appreciate greatly. And then a really nice eye-catching bull in two, just a nice fronted bull, and not extreme in any way, just nice and really complete, and which has been consistent to these people's cattle they've been bringing all day. Very complete set of cattle. And just a nice solid bull front to back that I appreciate greatly. Then we get into a bull into three, probably the big statured bull in here. I think you could put a couple 100 pounds, 300-400 pounds in that bull, and he'd blow the doors off your mind. He's a big guy. There's a big frame there. I'd just like to see it a little more filled out in a few spots, but still a unique individual and still good on the move. And then I think a really eye-catching bull here in four, maybe just gave up a little bit for me. I'd like to see a little more rear quarter on him, and I'd like to see maybe a little more testicle under him. But just a really nice, streamlined individual. And then the bull on the end, just maybe a little flatter and maybe just not as great on the move today. Just a little more stiff on those back wheels a bit, but still a long, powerful individual. So great set of bulls.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior bull and winner of this class is entry number 762 FCCC Safe Word 101M ET, shown and exhibited by First Class Shorthorns of Lampman, Saskatchewan. And in second place is entry number 761 LWFS Cargo 2410 PW, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 760. In fourth place, entry number 758. And in fifth place is entry number 759. Ladies and gentlemen, from our junior bull, we're going to move into our senior bull. We're going to have one exhibitor in this class here, one exhibitor in our senior bull class. At this point in time, I'd like to recognize showchampions.com. Pull this up. Showchampions.com is a proud supporter of the Manitoba Ag Ex and is your official photographer of the 2025. They'd like to thank the organizing committee for having them back again this year, as well as Show Champions being your official photographer. As you see them wandering around here today, the ladies with the photographers, and obviously doing an excellent job at the backdrop over there. They're also going to be hosting the Show Champions Junior Photography Demo. Now, this demo is going to include, and they're calling on all junior members, any members that are around here that are got a little bit of free time time, it's going to happen today at 4 p.m. located over at the backdrop. So come and join the show champions team over there for a special photography demonstration where you'll learn some tips and tricks of capturing amazing photos of your animals, your show moments, and much, much more. Again, that's today at 4 p.m. over at the backdrop, the nice blue backdrop at the end of the arena here. Today at 4 p.m., show champions are going to be doing a junior photography demo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I see that our senior bull is entering the ring now, coming to us from Bell M Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan. This is going to be Red Rose Stockman Elston 6L, shown and exhibited by Bell M Stock Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan, with additional owner of Red Rose Shorthorns of Drumbo, Ontario.
Okay, back to us from the Angus side here. We're going to get right into the bulls side of things here. We're going to start off with the Black Angus Junior Bull Calf, born March 1st, 2025 to July 15th, 2025, minimum of 3 months of age on day of judging. We're going to go into one entry here, entry 145, NCC Renovation 23N, coming to you from Nolan Cattle Company from Cypress River, Manitoba. This was an easy one for our judge. Here he is.
Very nice March calf to start off this division. Calf that'll probably handle some competition later on the show. Really good footed calf, big scrotaled, got long spine, really solid calf. Looking forward to seeing him with some more competition later.
Thank you to our judge there for those comments. This was sponsored by Cranberry Creek Angus and Bascom Land and Cattle. A big thank you to our sponsors there. We really do appreciate it.
Back in the Shorthorn ring here, some judges' comments on his senior bull.
First easy class of the day. And you know what? This bull would win a lot of classes. The biggest thing that his strongest attribute right off the get-go, that's a nice foot. That's one of the nicest set of feet I've seen all day. Really nice put-together bull, lots of length to spine. There's some power there. I appreciate it. I appreciate a big shoulder on a bull. I think there's a lot of good there as long as it ties in well, and his does. He's good on the move. He's got a nice set of testicles. There's a lot of good here. There's a lot I like about this bull. So I look forward to this bull coming back in. Great job. Congrats.
And congratulations goes out to entry number 763, Red Rose Stockman Elston 6L, shown and exhibited by Bell M Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion senior bull banner is sponsored by R&R Sales Management.
Okay, we're going to introduce you to our intermediate bull calf for the Red Angus here. We're going to go into entry 290, Red Rook, Mr. Wick, 88N, coming to you from DMP Rook Farms from Alexander, Manitoba. Here's our judge with some comments on this class.
Another single entry, really strong February calf in this intermediate division. Calf, the big scrotal calf, really nice skulled calf, got lots of breed character up through his front 1/3, showing some crest development already. Getting behind him, he's wide-based, wide-pinned, big top calf, really good individual.
Thank you for that, and a big congratulations goes to the champion Entry 290, Red Rook, Mr. Wick, 88N, coming to you from DMP Rook Farms at Alexander, Manitoba. This was sponsored by Hamco Cattle Co. and Gardam Farms. A big thank you to our sponsors there. We really do appreciate it. Like I've said, it takes a lot of sponsors to keep an event like this going, the Angus Show, so we really do appreciate all the sponsors. Again, if you are a sponsor and want to present your banner, come on down while the show, just as the show is going on, and we'll help you out, and you can present your banner to the champion or reserve champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn your attention back over into the Shorthorn ring here, where we do have our championship bulls. Out of our bull calf division, our champion was entry number 757, Hatfield Nostradamus 23N, shown and exhibited by Melba Stock Farms. Additional owner there is Crooked Post Shorthorns of Rocky Mountain, Alberta. Our reserve champion bull calf was entry number 752, Mosside Defender 34N, shown and exhibited by Mosside Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. Our yearling bull champion comes to us from Lampman, Saskatchewan. First class Shorthorns doing the entry there. That's entry number 762, FCC Safe Word 101MET. Our reserve champion yearling bull was entry number 761, LWFS Cargo 2410PW, shown and exhibited by Shane Weatherall of Kelwood, Manitoba. And our senior champion bull coming back into the ring and returning here is entry number 763, Red Rose Stockman Elston 6L, shown and exhibited by Bell M Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Red Rose Shorthorns of Drumbo, Ontario. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion Shorthorn bull of the 2025 Egg X. Our champion and reserve champion banners are sponsored in part by Poplar Park Shorthorns, John and Suzanne Thompson, and Uphill Shorthorns of Hamiota.
Okay, we're going to go to our intermediate bull calf here for the Black Angus, born February 1st, 2025 to February 28th, 2025. First coming into the ring is entry 147. That's going to be Matson Angus, Matson Rainmaker, 30N from Matson Angus, all the way from Arda, Manitoba. And the next entry is going to be 148, Eastondale Black Mass, 2725 from Eastondale Angus, from Wawota, Saskatchewan.
Going to be a really exciting one to watch this spring in the bull sale. I'm thinking he's going to go to a purebred place. Very nice calf in second place. Got a lot of look to him, a lot of style. Love his hair, love his head. I really like his head on him. Again, nice big muzzle on him. He's got a really good foot on him. Just gives up a lot of poor performance and power compared to the calf above. But two very strong individuals for this intermediate bull calf class.
Okay, I'll announce the winners here for the intermediate bull calf for the Black Angus. In first place, we're going to go to entry 148, Eastondale Black Mass, 2725 from Eastondale Angus. Second place is going to be entry 147, Matson's Rainmaker, 30N from Matson Angus from Arden, Manitoba. A big thank you to our sponsors for this class, WC Nitrogen and Halloway Angus. Now I'm going to turn it over to the Shorthorns for some judges' comments on the bull calf.
Well, a big round of applause for a phenomenal set of bulls and bull calves here. There's just a few unique individuals in here that really catch my eye, and there's age factor and a bunch of other things, and bulls that are going to do different things. And like I said, I think the industry can be about give or take and what you're looking to get out of a bull and for it to incorporate into your herd. And in this ring, there's a lot of things I incorporate into my herd. There's some very, very good bulls here with the characteristics that I think offer the beef industry a big advantage. So I commend you all. I'm going to go out and slap a ground in reserve, and it could go many different ways. I just think that there's individuals in here that are incredible within their own good. So congratulations on a wonderful set of bulls, and I'll go out and slap a champion in reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 champion Shorthorn Bull is entry number 763, Red Rose Stockman Elston 6L, shown and exhibited by Bell M Farms of Eaglefield, Saskatchewan. Additional owner there is Red Rose Shorthorns of Drumbo, Ontario. And your reserve champion comes to us out of the yearling split is entry number 762, FCCC Safe Word 101 MET, shown and exhibited by First Class Shorthorns of Lambton, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your champion and reserve champion of the 2025 Shorthorn Egg X Show. We will be continuing on with our Shorthorn show here momentarily. We will be moving into the progeny of Dam, our pair of bulls, and our breeder's herd, following the pictures at the backdrop of these two excellent bulls. At this point in time, I'll turn it over back into the Angus ring so they can continue on over there.
Okay, thank you for that, Richard. We're going to go into our senior bull calf split number 1 for the Red Angus. These calves are born January 1st, 2025 to January 31st, 2025. And here we are. Entry 267 is Red LV Shelby 16N from LV Farms at Medale, Saskatchewan. Entry 268 is Red LV Metropolis 118N from LV Farms at Medale, Saskatchewan. Entry 269, Red Marmac DM Raptor 25N from Marmac Farms at Brandon, Manitoba. Entry 270 is going to come to you with Red Cockburn Bugatti at 5008. Coming to you from Cockburn Red Angus from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Again, our judge for the day is Scott Anderson. He originated from the beautiful Swan River Valley of Manitoba. Scott's great-grandfather immigrated from Scotland and settled in the Swan River Valley in 1898. Scott was born with great Angus roots in his veins. His grandfather, dad, and uncle started raising purebred Angus in 1933 under the name of A.B. Anderson and Sons. In the last years, the name was changed to Mountain View Farms. Scott grew up following the Angus cow at a very young age. He studied phenotype, pedigrees, catalogs, and has shown cattle extensively. He exhibited his first cattle at the Toronto Royal when he was 15 years of age and showed his father Father's Galway Cattle at the NWSS the same year. Many champions, premier breeder, premier exhibitor, and backdrop pictures have been gathered from numerous shows over the country and in the States. On December 20, 2010, Mountain View Farms dispersed their cow herd, and in March of 2011, the bull and heifer calves. A total of 900 head sold, setting an all-time record for an Angus dispersal in Canada at the time. Scott has had the privilege in judging at the 2009 World Angus Forum, various breeds at CWA, Manitoba Fall Fair, the Toronto Royal, as well as Expo Beef. Scott has also had the privilege of judging the 2023 Angus Show at Canadian Western Exhibition. Since then, Scott has worked with various ranches in Western Canada. He now resides in Silver Lake, Alberta with his wife. A big thank you to our judge here today, Scott Anderson, from coming all the way out from Alberta to be our judge with us. Let's give him a round of applause as he's been doing a fantastic job here today.
Started this senior bull calf class with this most powerful calf out there. This bull's got a lot of herd bull character up through his front 1/3. Very nice headed, big muzzled calf. Got some bone under him. Big middle calf. You get him behind him, he's really wide based. Would like to, if you're going to get critical, I wouldn't mind placing that tail head down a little bit. I would also like to free him. He's kind of snapping that pasture and those back legs when he walks, but that's probably just from standing here in the stall. But I just had to use him with his performance and overall look and completeness to the calf. I think he's going to be very good, and I think he'll end up in a purebred herd next spring. He's very, very good. This other calf in second just gives up a bit of power and completeness, but this calf, or power, I guess, this calf's got just so complete. I really like his head and his front 1/3, lots of character up there. He's got a good foot on him. Calf that's really easy to look at. He's a little more moderate in frame, but very typey and kind. Enough scrotal on him for today. Very, very solid individual. Next two calves just give up a little bit of completeness and in conformation and type for me today, but they're green. They're calves that are going to carry on and get some more feed into them, and down the road they're going to be very, very sellable, high-end commercial or purebred quality bulls. Very, very good class of red Angus bulls.
Thank you for that. So coming back from split one will be entry 270, Red Cockburn Bugatti, 5008 from Cockburn Red Angus from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Also coming back will be Red LV Shelby 16N from LV Farms. In third place in that heat was entry 269, and in fourth place is going to be entry 268. Okay, we're going to go to split number 2 for this. Entry 271 is going to be Red Marmac Admiral 10N from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. Entry 272 will be Red Bridgeway Oakley 12N from Bridgeway Livestock from Owota, Saskatchewan. And entry 273 will be Red ACC Washington 1N from Anderson Cattle Company, Inc. at Swan River, Manitoba. Just a reminder, the Junior Angus Show will take place this Saturday, November 1st at 9 a.m. Come check out our Angus breeders of tomorrow and their livestock. I'm going to turn the mic over to our judge here with some comments from this round.
I started this class off with the soundest, best moving bull out here, the hairiest. I think he rises to the top of this class pretty easy. Really good footed calf that moves free and easy. He's green. It's still got some herd bull character up in his front 1/3, but it's strong in his lines and his kind, and he's just the most complete calf here from the ground up. Second place calf, pretty stolid calf. Like to set that tail head down a little bit on him. He's wide enough based, and he's just a little weak in that pasture and a little flat in those rear hinds. I'd like to put a little more heel under him to go any higher today. The calf that rounds out the class, he just kind of rolls, gets his gets his back legs underneath him, kind of rolls his top there a little bit. Little slicker haired calf for me today to rise up any higher, but a big performance calf, long bodied, but 3 very strong individuals, all good scrotal, all going to make good saleable bulls this spring.
Thank you for those comments. So coming back from split 2 will be entry 271, Red Marmac Admiral 10N from Marmac Farms out of Brandon. Also coming back from that split will be entry 272, Red Bridgeway Oakley 12N from Bridgeway Livestock from Owota, Saskatchewan. In third place in that heat was 273 from Anderson Cattle Company. So now we're going to go into the bring in the 2 from each of the split, and we will get our champion and reserve Red Angus bull calf. Coming back from split number 1 is entry 270, Red Cockburn Bugatti 5008 from Cockburn Red Angus at Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Entry 267 is going to be Red LV Shelby 16N from LV Farms at Medill, Saskatchewan. Coming back from split number 2 is going to be entry number 271, Red Marmac Admiral 10N from Marmac Farms at Brandon, Manitoba. And also coming back from split number 2 is going to be entry 272, Red Bridgeway Oakley 12N from Bridgeway Livestock at Wawota, Saskatchewan. The champion bull calf here is going to be sponsored by Battle Lake Farms, and the reserve bull calf is going to be sponsored by Fraser Farms.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you back over into the Shorthorn Ring here in the North Arena. We're going to get ourselves underway with the progeny of dam in our Shorthorn show. This is going to be 2 animals that are off the same dam. We're going to start off with entry number 764. This entry is going to come to us from Poplar Park Shorthorns out of Hamiota, Manitoba. This will be JT Nugget 23N and JT Maverick 8M. We're going to follow in by entry 000, Leanne Robertson from Darlingford, Manitoba, with Willow R. Missy Rose 4M and Willow R. Ned 4N. Followed in by First Class Shorthorns will be entry number 765 with FCC Nene 103MET and FCCC Safe Word 101MET. First Class Shorthorns comes to you from Lampman, Saskatchewan as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your progeny of dam.
Back to you from the Angus side here. We got some, the champion senior bull calf for the Red Angus is going to go to entry 270, Red Cockburn Bugatti 5008 from Cockburn Red Angus at Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Your reserve champion bull calf is going to go to entry 267, Red LV Shelby 16N from LV Farms Limited at Medill, Saskatchewan. A big congratulations to them. Again, your champion banner is going to be sponsored by Battle Lake Farms, and your reserve champion banner is going to be sponsored by Fraser Farms. A big thank you to them for sponsoring, and a big congratulations to those 2 bulls and their owners.
And we'll have some judges' comments over in the Shorthorn Arena.
You know what? We're just going to leave them placed just how they are. We're just going to start this get of dam, I'm assuming that's what this is, off with this pair here. Just consistency in type and kind. Very similar pattern. I appreciate the body, the type, the style. I love the powerfulness within the 2 of them. So they take the class handily. And then we'll go to second with this pair here. Just uniformity in type and kind. I really appreciate the smoothness and the make of them. And then we'll go third with the powerful cow down here. She's in here just with the 2 of them are here. I really appreciate the bull calf. Just a nice type, nice kind, and in really great class. So job well done.
Okay, back to you from the Angus side again. For class 132, we're going to go to the senior bull calf, split number 1 for the Black Angus. We're going to go to entry number 150. It's going to come to you, Eastondale Distinguished 1125 from Eastondale Angus out of Wawota, Saskatchewan. Entry 152 is going to be Marmac Typhoon 50N from Marmac Farms out of Brandon, Manitoba. Entry 153 is going to be HMM Grit 1N from Matson Angus at Arda, Manitoba. Entry 154 is going to be NCC Invitation 13N from Nolan Cattle Company out of Cypress River, Manitoba. Here is split number 1 for your senior bull calves for the Black Angus.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Shorthorn, our results of the Progeny of Dam. Our champion goes to first class Shorthorns of Lampman, Saskatchewan, entry number 765. Our second place is entry 000 Leanne Robertson of Darlingford, Manitoba. And rounding out that class is entry number 764 of Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. From our Progeny of Dam, we're going to move into our pair of bulls. We've got 3 exhibitors in this class as well. We're going to lead off this class with entry number 766. This will be Moss Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba, with Moss Side Defender 34N and Moss Side Jetstream. Followed in by entry number 767 from Inglefield, Saskatchewan will be Bell M Farms with Bell M Terminarch 111M and Red Rose Stockman Elston 6L. Followed in by entry number 768 of Poplar Park Shorthorns, Russell Thompson of Hamiota, Manitoba, with JT Maverick 8M and JT Nugget 23N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your pair of bulls and your judges' comments.
So again, I'm just going to leave this class just in place the way they stand. A pair of bulls to start the class off up here that we've seen today already, and I appreciate these two together. I appreciate them even more. I think the consistency and type of these two are just excellent. The foot quality, the structure quality. I just think these are 2 bulls that have a lot of future, and I respect a great deal. Then we'll come into the big bull that was our champion. Just I love the foot quality on this bull, and paired well with a little more colorful bull beside him, but still just a nice pair of bulls, very user friendly. And then in the third place, again, just bulls that the one on the bigger bull on the outside. I appreciate the calf. Just nice set of bulls. Lots of future there too. So great pen. Thank you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion pair of bulls comes to us from Moss Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba, entry number 766, with Moss Side Defender 34N and Moss Side Jetstream. Followed by entry number 767, Bell M Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan, and rounding out the class is entry number 768, a Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to roll right into our breeder's herd. This is going to be a group of 4 animals that are bred by the exhibitor, and both sexes must be represented. We're going to start off this class with entry number 769 of Moss Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 770, Bell M Farms of Inglefield, Saskatchewan, and our third entry in the class will be entry number 771 of Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba.
This calf I started pretty close place between these first 2 calves. I just really like the head and the front end on this front place calf. Just a real true Angus head, big wide muzzle on him. That neck flows into that, top of the neck flows in there really nice. A calf that's really easy to look at, looks really youthful. Calf that moves around the ring free and easy. He's kind of hard to pick apart. I really quite like this calf. Calf in second, just not as nice as Gold Calf maybe for me. A little looser in through his navel. He's got a little bit of a gopher swatter there. But a calf that he's got so much raw muscle and power. Like you get behind him, he's big topped and thick quartered. Maybe like to lay that tail head in a little better. But just a really solid calf that I think you could switch these 2 calves, but I just think the other calf has less faults to him. But love the middle in this calf and the shape and the scrotal. 2 very good individuals to start off this class. Then we get to the third place class. Calf, I like his volume capacity to him. Calf that moves out real free and easy, good-headed. Just like to give him a little more shape in that lower stifle to compete with these calves any higher today. And the calf that rounds out the class, very nice calf. Just needs a little more shape in his lower stifle, a little more muscle to him, a little more top, but 4 real nice bull calves here.
Thanks for those comments. We're coming back from split 1 will be entry 150, Eastondale Distinguished, 1125. from Eastendale Angus out of Wawota, Saskatchewan. Also coming back will be entry 152, Marmac Typhoon 50 yen for Marmac Farms out of Brandon. Third place goes to entry 154 from Nolan Cattle Company, and fourth place goes to entry 153 from Matson Angus. We're going to move into split number 2 of your senior bull calves for the Black Angus here. Coming in first will be entry 155, Rideau Money Earned 3N from Rideau Angus Farm, out of Brandon, Manitoba. Entry 156 is going to be RRW Beast Mode 519N from Ramrod West Cattle Company out of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Entry 157 is going to be RRW Pound Town 512N from Ramrod West Cattle Company out of Redverse, Saskatchewan as well. Entry 158 is going to be J. Morandi Contentional 502N from Coleman Angus and Ingram Angus. And entry 159 is going to be Stepler Coalfield 9N from Stepler Farms out of Miami, Manitoba. Here's split number 2 for the senior bull calf.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Shorthorn show here, we're going to hear the judges' comments on our breeders' herd.
So our breeders' herd, we're actually going to place them just as they stand. Taking the breeders' herd is Moss side here. The Rosses, just a consistency in these cattle all day that I appreciate greatly. Nothing extreme and nothing over the top with their cattle, just flat out good. They come in as a whole, and I respect them a great deal. You've done a wonderful job all day presenting these cattle. I absolutely think they are fantastic, so congratulations. Second's going to go to the individuals in the second spot here. Again, just a really nice, consistent group, and just showed some cattle that really caught my eye all day and did a wonderful job. And then in the third spot, and again, a set of cattle, a powerful cow, and a wonderful bull calf at side, and just a wonderful set of cattle. So great job, you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, our champion breeders' herd comes to us from Moss Side Shorthorns, entry number 769, the Ross family of Brandon, Manitoba. In second place comes to us from Inglefield, Saskatchewan, Bell M Farms with entry number 770, and rounding out the class is entry number 771, Poplar Park Shorthorns of Hamiota, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more class within our purebred division of the Shorthorn show here, and that'll be our Get of Sire. Our Get of Sire entry comes to us from Moss Side Shorthorns, entry number 772, the Ross family as well. And I do believe that those are our 3 that are standing out there right now. This will be our Get of Sire class. You bet.
When we talk about consistency within your bull pen or your female pen, often you'll see variety within a pen throughout sire groups, and you can see the consistency within this sire group here, which is excellent, and I really praise them for that. It's no easy task to bring cattle in as consistent as they have all day, and I think they've just done a wonderful job with it. So wonderful sire group, lots of good in them, so congrats.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion Get of Sire is entry number 772, a Moss Side Shorthorns of Brandon, Manitoba. I do believe we are going to, Nikki, are we rolling into our Shorthorn Pluses? We're going to have 2 heifers come in for a Shorthorn Plus class here. Entry number 790, Vandridge R. Del Rosie Nolan. Entered by Roland Dell Ranch and Van Ridge Cattle Co. of Elm Creek, Manitoba. And we've also got an entry coming to us, entry number 791, FCC Jalen 31N, shown and exhibited by First Class Shorthorns of Lampman, Saskatchewan. This will be our Shorthorn Plus class.
on the Angus side here, I started off with this biggest powerful calf in the class, calf that's really hairy, does a lot of things right. I just love him through his front 1/3. He's got a lot of character, really strong-headed, big muzzled calf, probably the best-footed calf in the class also. He's got enough scrotal, he's clean in his sheath. You get behind him, he's big-topped, he's got some lower stifle in him, a calf that I think rises this calf rises to the top of this class. The calf that caught my eye the most when he came in on the move was this calf in second place. I really like him through his front. He's got a really nice head carriage, love his head. Just maybe from the ground, I'd just like to put just a tick better foot on him, but other than that, he's a very complete calf. Both these calves are going to be probably going to purebred herds or high-end commercial herds. They're just really, really good. The calf in second just gives up a bit of scrotal to the calf in first place. On down to get to this third place calf. Calf I really like it, big rugged, big topped, a little slicker haired, but just not quite as clean in his lines. I like to clean up that gopher swatter underneath him there. But a good solid calf, going to be a good high-end commercial bull or purebred bull. On down the line here, this is a really nice calf in fourth. Just gives up a little bit of power and performance compared to the three above him. And the calf that rounds out the class, just not moving free enough for me. I think he's got an injury or something. He's just not moving free enough for me today.
Thank you, Scott, for that. So coming back from split number 2 is going to be entry 158, Jay Morandi, contentional 502N from Jay Morandi from Beausejour, Manitoba. Also coming back from split number 2 will be entry 155, Rideau Money Earned 3N, Rideau Angus Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. In third place in that split will be 157. In fourth place will be entry 159, and in fifth place will be entry 156. We're going to go into the champion here for the senior bull calf for the Black Angus. Coming back from split number 1 is going to be entry 150, Eastondale Distinguished 1125 from Eastondale Angus from Wawota, Saskatchewan. Also coming back will be entry 152, Marmac Typhoon 50N from Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. And coming back to you from split number 2 will be entry 158, Jay Morandi, contentional 502N from Jay Morandi at Beausejour, Manitoba. And also coming back will be entry 155, Rideau Money Earned 3N from Rideau Angus Farms at Brandon, Manitoba.
On the shorthorn side, we're going to go with the Champion Plus heifer. Just a nice, complete, sweet-fronted heifer, lots of length of spine and nice depth of body, and just a really complete heifer, smooth on the ground. And then in second, a really shapely little heifer, just more moderate in frame and type, but nice shape and a little round middle to her, so just a really nice, usable female.
Ladies and gentlemen, in your Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calf division, first place goes to entry number 791, FCCC Jalen 31N, shown and exhibited by First Class Shorthorns of Lampman, Saskatchewan, followed by entry number 790, shown and exhibited by Delaney Vandersloos of Elm Creek, Manitoba. We're going to move into our Shorthorn Plus bred heifers. At this point in time, we've got 2 heifers coming into the ring here. We'll lead off this class here with entry number 792. This is going to be Moonshine, shown and exhibited by Savannah Bjornison of Gladstone, Manitoba. As well, we're going to have coming in entry number 728. This will be Elmwood Milky Way 52M, shown and exhibited by Brian Dieger of Austin, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Shorthorn Plus bred heifer class.
Back to the Angus side here. Your champion senior bull calf for the Black Angus is going to go to entry 158, Jay Morandi, contentional 502N from Jay Morandi at Beausejour, Manitoba. And that's going to be sponsored by Country View Angus. A big thank you to them. Your reserve champion senior bull calf is going to go to entry 155, Rideau Money Earned 3N, which comes from Rideau Angus Farm at Brandon, Manitoba. And that's going to be sponsored by New Beginnings Angus. A big thank you to those sponsors that for sponsoring those. We really appreciate it.
So on the shorthorn side, this plus yearling heifer class, the individual with the blue, beautiful blue heifer, she is a stunning color, and you know what? She's stunning everywhere. She pieces together well. She's nice fronted. She's really good on the move. She's nice footed. I think just a real feminine look to her. You paint her with that color, and she is eye-catching. And then in second, just this red roan heifer. Maybe just not quite the style and presence of the heifer above her, but still a really usable heifer. And again, that beautiful roan color. So two really great females, but a really quick class, but really good.
Okay, now we're into class 135 on the Angus side here. Your junior yearling bull born March 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. For the Black Angus here, we're going to go to entry 160, Bascom Profound 29M. Coming to you from Bascom Land and Cattle at Minnedosa, Manitoba.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over on our shorthorn side of things here, our champion shorthorn bred heifer was entry number 792, Moonshine, shown and exhibited by Savannah Bjornison of Gladstone, Manitoba. And your reserve bred was entry number 728, Elmwood Milky Way 52M, shown and exhibited by Brian Dieger of Austin, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our shorthorn plus champion female class now, as those two bred heifers have rejoined us in the ring. Our two heifer calves that are also joining us is entry number 791 FCC Jalen 31N, shown and exhibited by First Class Shorthorns, and entry number 790 Van Ridge R Del Rosinala, and is shown and exhibited by Delaney Vandersloos of Elm Creek, Manitoba. And our judge with some comments on this class.
So again, we're going to make this short and sweet because just a really nice class of heifers that absolutely could have contended in the purebred show on the shorthorn side today. The heifer that's going to take the class is that blue bred, just beautifully typed, a really, really eye-catching heifer. And you know what? The heifer that we're going to go with in reserve is this red heifer calf, a heifer calf that's going to pattern very similar to that as a bred. They're very similar in type and kind, and I just think the maturity in the heifer above her got her the class today, and a really nice set of heifers. So congratulations, two good ones.
Real nice April yearling bull to come out in this division, single entry. Bull has got a really good, lots of heel, really good foot on him. Got some muscle shape to him. Got some character up his front 1/3 calf. That'll be kind of cool to see him come out here and in the championship drive and see some more competition.
Well, congratulations goes to number one here for entry number 160, Bascom Profound 29M, coming to you from Bascom Land and Cattle at Minnedosa, Manitoba. This is going to be sponsored by Hank and Maria Franken and Rideau Angus Farm. A big thank you to them. We're now going to move on to class 138 in your catalog, intermediate yearling bull born February 1st, 2024 to February 29th, 2024 for the Red Angus coming in now. We're going to go to entry 274, which is going to be Red ACC Nozak 178M, which is going to come to you from Anderson Cattle Company in Swan River, Manitoba.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our grand champion in our Shorthorn Plus division here comes to us from our bred heifers. It was entry number 792, Moonshine, shown and exhibited by Savannah Bjornison of Gladstone, Manitoba. Your reserve champion out of the Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calf division was entry number 791 FCCC Jalen 31N, shown and exhibited by first class Shorthorns out of Lambton, Saskatchewan. We're going to move into our Shorthorn Plus Bull Calf. We've got one entry in this class here. This will be entry number 793. This is going to be FCCC all in 8N, shown and exhibited by first class Shorthorns out of Lambton, Saskatchewan.
On the red side here, a real nice bull. Coming out you, just another single entry, but a bull that'll be exciting to see in the championship drive. Bull that's really long-spined, lots of character up in his front 1/3. Calf that's got a nice big foot on him. Calf that go out and breed a lot of cows. Really good individual. Be fun seeing him come to the championship drive.
Congratulations goes to entry 274, Red ACC Nozak, 178M, coming to you from Anderson Cattle Company out of Swan River, Manitoba. You'll see him a bit later on in our champion bull round here. We're next going to go into class 138 intermediate yearling bull here for the Black Angus. It's going to be born February 1st, 2024 to February 29th, 2024.
On the Shorthorn side, just a single calf in the Shorthorn Plus Bull Calf division, but a calf that could have easily had a very good day here today. A well-muscled, well-balanced bull, a real nice rib shape to him and full middle, and a bull that's great on the move and got a really, really nice foot under him. So a really impressive individual that could win a lot of classes and wins this one obviously pretty handily, but a very, very nice individual.
Thank you, Keegan, for the comments on the mic here in our Shorthorn show. Our champion Shorthorn Plus bull comes to us from First Class Shorthorns out of Lambton, Saskatchewan. Entry number 793, FCCC all in 8N. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I do want to thank our banner sponsors, Sunlight Stock Farms, Jack Auction Group, Vanderidge Cattle Co., Double R Landon Cattle Co., Moss-Side Shorthorns, Little Valley Livestock, Headley Livestock, Poplar Park Shorthorns, Russ and Jess Thompson, Section 19 Cattle Co., Willow R Farms, Rock Ridge Ranch, Herbert Shorthorns, Rusty Don't Go Anywhere, RR Sales Management, Poplar Park Shorthorns, John and Suzanne Thompson, Uphill Shorthorns, Grandview Farm, Armac Shorthorns, Hargrave Shorthorns, Initiative Veterinary Services, Prairie Knights Cattle Co., C&S Livestock, Three of Diamonds Cattle Co., Christensen Acres, and the Manitoba Shorthorn Association. And with those two sponsors, I would like to call in Rusty Thompson into the ring right at this moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this young man a big, big round of applause as this year's premier breeder and exhibitor with a clean sweep. And both of these is Rusty Thompson of Poplar Park Shorthorns. Congratulations, Rusty, on an excellent string brought out this year again. Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our Shorthorn show here this morning. Thank you for everybody that tuned in on DLMS. My name is Richard Bramley with Heartland Livestock Services out of Verdun, Manitoba, and we'll be back at 1:30 in 10 minutes, 15 minutes time here, and we will be starting right into our Speckled Park show with our judge again.
Back to the Angus side here. We're in our intermediate yearling bull for the Black Angus here now. We got entry 164 DWAJO Hostage 90M from Matson Angus out of Arda, Manitoba. And also we have entry 165 Merritt Cattle Company Merritt Edge 4036M from Merritt Cattle Company out of Radville, Saskatchewan, and 66 Ranch LTT. A note came to me. If you have lost your phone and they opened the phone and it said the name was Sherry Bear, it is in the livestock office. So if you're missing your phone, Sherry Bear, it is in the livestock office. They will help you with it. You go to livestock office and they'll give you your phone. Couple more notes here. I'd like to congratulate this year's Jack Hart Memorial Foundation Female Award winner is Carson Baker of Neepawa, Manitoba. Look for Carson's right up in the coming out in the Outlook and online in the next months. I'm going to turn the mic over to our judge for some comments on the intermediate yearling bulls for the Black Angus here.
This bull rises to the top of this class, I think, quite easily. Really a lot of character up in his front 1/3. Long spine, got enough shape to him. Bull that deserves to be in the top of this class quite easily. Calf bull in second place just gets up a little bit of mass and depth of body, spring of rib compared to the calf ahead of him, but two real strong bulls for this division here.
Well, coming out in first place in the intermediate yearling bull for the Black Angus is going to be entry 165, Merit Edge 4036M from Merit Cattle Company and 66 Ranch Ltd. In second place is going to go to 164 DWAJO Hostage 90M from Matson Angus out of Arden. Your sponsors for this is going to be Nolan Cattle Company. Both Nolan Cattle Company is sponsoring both the champion and reserve champion. A big thank you to them for their sponsorship here today. We're going to go to class number 141 here in the Angus show this afternoon. We're going to go to the senior yearling bull for the Red Angus. We have one entry coming in here. We got entry 275, Red Maple Lake Respect 4061, coming to you from Maple Lake Stock Farms and Rook Farms. A reminder, the deadline to submit Commercial Producer of the Year nominations is November 13th, which is fast approaching. Please remember to submit your nominations. Here's some comments from our judge.
Real nice red senior bull to start off, or for this division. This is another single entry, but bull that's got a lot of good about him. He's really good, massive ribbed and big topped. Moves around the ring free enough. Calf that's it'll be exciting to see him come back in the championship drive. He get a little more competition, but very nice individual here.
Congratulations to entry number 275, Red Maple Lake Respect 4061, coming to you from Maple Lake Stock Farms and Rook Farms. Your sponsor for that class was Camel Cattle Company out of Neepawa, Manitoba, Cam Tibbet. A big thank you to him for sponsoring that. Our next class coming in is going to be class number 141, Senior Yearling Bull, born January 1st, 2024 to January 31st, 2024. This is for your Black Angus. We're going to start off with entry number 161, J. Morandi, Restoration 406M. Coming to you from J. Morandi Livestock out of Beausejour, Manitoba. Entry number 162 is going to be Stepler Gun for Hire 92M. Coming to you from Stepler Farms out of Miami, Manitoba. And entry 163 is going to be Cedar View Mount Everest 4M. Coming to you from Nolan Cattle Company out of Cypress River, Manitoba. This class is going to be sponsored by Ottawa Angus and W3 Nitrogen. A thank you to them. The Manitoba Angus Association would like to thank all the sponsors of the show today. You are part of the very important list of people who make the show day a success for our exhibitors. While we have a minute, a few of those sponsors are going to be Anderson Cattle Company, Fraser Farms, Best Farming Systems, Emmett Creek Ranch, Jazz Red Angus, Bell Red Angus, Camel Cattle Co., Stepler Farms, Moose Creek Red Angus, Bridge Red Angus, Canadian Red Angus Promotional Society, and Springville Farms. Those are a few of your sponsors here today, and we'd like to thank them for sponsoring us here, sponsoring today. It does take a lot of sponsorship to keep a show like this running, and we really do appreciate it. A reminder, when we're done here, the premier exhibitor and the premier breeder awards will be presented at the end of the show, so don't run away right after the show. Stick around to see those awards. The Grand Champion Bull and females will receive an invitation to attend the RBC Supreme in Regina at Agribition in late November. I'm going to turn the mic over to our judge here for some comments on this class.
Three very strong bulls to start this class off, for this division. This bull that went to win this class, he's got a lot of character up his front, really strong-headed, good-footed calf that's got a little more mass maybe through his middle than the calf in second. I think he's got a little more heart red meat in him, the calf, and that lower stifle. You get in behind him, he's really wide based over his top and over his pins there. A calf that I just think is, when you really analyze him, I think he comes to this class quite easily. The calf in second is a nice calf, just wasn't moving out as good today as far as his structure was fine. He's kind of draggy today, but I just like the other calf a little better that I've used ahead of him. Just a little more mass and a little more hard muscled. This calf's just a little softer, a little more condition on this calf, I think, which isn't a bad thing. He's a very easy fleshing calf, but I just thought there was a little more power and in the first place class. The third place calf, really nice bull, big nuts, got lots of character up his front. Third, just maybe a little more tubular for me, maybe cuts up in that flank a little more too, but three very strong individuals. Be very exciting to come and see how they're going to stack up against some other calves here shortly.
Thanks, Scott, for that. Congratulations to our senior bowl champion. Going to go to entry number 162, Stepler Gun for Hire 92M, coming to you from Stepler Farms Ltd. out of Miami, Manitoba. Your second place reserve is going to go to entry number 161, J. Morandi Restoration 406M from J. Morandi Livestock out of Beausejour. And third place is going to go to entry 163 from Nolan Cattle Company. Big thank you to all those exhibitors. Again, our sponsors here for that class was Ottawa Angus and W3 Nitrogen. Thank you to them. We're going to keep moving on here. Our next class is going to be class number 144 for the mature bull. It's born January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. We're going to start off with entry number 166 coming to you from, is Cowtrax Milwaukee 153L, is Merritt Cattle Company. And Cowtrax Cattle Company. And entry number 167 is going to be Rideau Lead Change 2301, coming to you from Rideau Angus and In Wright Farm and Colin Mayat from Brandon, Manitoba. This is going to be sponsored to you by Half Diamond H Stock Farm and KCH Cattle Company. A big thank you to them. While we have a minute here, I'd like to thank some more of our sponsors here today. We're going to thank NYK Cattle Company, Elk Ridge Farms, Swindon Ranch, Ramrod West Cattle Company, Matson Angus, Half Diamond H Stock Farm, Glassman Farms, Kevin and Laura Lee Harms, Greenbush Angus, JP Cattle Co., Kembar Angus, Elk Ridge Farms, Country View Angus, Bootsman Cattle Company, Willow Rock Angus, Country View Angus, N7 Stock Farms, and 5B Farms. A big thank you to all those sponsors. We really do appreciate you here today. I'm going to turn you over to our judge here.
Two very powerful bulls to start off, or to win this senior division. This leadoff bull wins it quite easily in my mind. He's hard to pick holes in. He's massive when you get in behind him through that lower stifled quarter. He's got a lot of character up his front, big muzzle on his noggin there, really strong foot on him. Calf that gets around for his size, real free and easy, a real easy winner in this class. The calf in second here, bull I really like. He just can't, this structure of soundness, I just can't put him above him, but I love his muscle and his shape. Again, you get in behind him, he's big topped, big quartered. Two very fine bulls, and I love the second bull's character. Both these bulls are very, very strong. I think we should put our hands together to both these exhibitors for bringing out two excellent bulls.
Well, thank you for that. Congratulations to your champion mature bull for the Black Angus is going to go to entry 166, Merritt Cattle Co. For your Cow Tracks Milwaukee 153L coming to you from Merritt Cattle Co. and Cow Tracks Cattle Co. And your second place bull is going to go to entry number 167, EF Rideau lead change 2301 from Rideau Angus. Thank you to them. We're going to go to the champion drive here for your Red Angus bulls. Coming back in is entry 290 RD Red Rook Mr. Wick 88N from DMP Rook Farms at Alexander, Manitoba. Also coming back is going to be entry number 270, Red Cockburn Bugatti 5008 from Cockburn Red Angus from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Also coming back is going to be Red LV Shelby 16N from LV Farms at Medell, Saskatchewan. Also coming back is going to be entry number 274, Red ACC Nozak 178M from Anderson Cattle Company at Swan River, Manitoba. And entry number 275, Red Maple Lake Respect 4061 coming to you from Maple Lake Stock Farms and Rook Farms from Hartney, Manitoba. I'm going to turn this back over to our judge for some comments before he picks his champion and reserve champion, Red Angus bulls.
Not near the numbers in the Red Angus bull drive this year compared to the females, but the 5 individuals we have out here are very strong. With that, I'm going to go and pick my champion and reserve bull. Let's put our hands together to show these Red Angus breeders appreciation for bringing out such a great group of cattle all day long.
Thank you for that. Your champion Red Angus bull is going to go to entry number Entry number 270, Red Cockburn Bugatti, 5,008, coming to you from Cockburn Red Angus from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Your reserve champion's going to come to you from entry number 267, Red LV Shelby, 16N from LV Farms in Medell, Saskatchewan. A big thank you to them. Your champion bull was going to be sponsored by Rookland and Cattle, and your reserve grand champion is going to be sponsored by Buy the Beef Bull Sale, which happens the first Tuesday in April every year in Neepawa. Yeah, I guess so. No, it's all good. It's lots going on. We'll get some pictures, and then we're going to get right into our Black Angus Champion Bull Drive here. We got some real good top quality bulls coming back for that. Okay, we're gonna move into the Black Angus Champion Drive for the bulls here. We're gonna start off with entry number 145, which is gonna be NCC Renovation 23N, coming to you from Nolan Cattle Company out of Cypress River. And then we're gonna go to entry number 148, which is Eastondale Black Mass 2725 from Eastondale Angus at Wowota, Saskatchewan. Then we're going to go to entry number 147 from Matson's Rainmaker 30N from Matson Angus at Arden, Manitoba. Then we're going to go to entry 158, which is going to be J. Morandi Contentional 502N from J. Morandi Livestock at Beausejour, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 155, which is going to go to Rideau Money Earns 3N from Rideau Angus Farm at Brandon, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry 160, which is going to be Bascom Profound 29M from Bascom Land and Cattle at Minnedosa, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry number 165, which is going to go to Merritt Edge 4036M from Merritt Cattle Co. and 66 Ranch Ltd. at Radville, Saskatchewan. And then we're going to go to entry number 164, DWAJO Hostage 90M from Matson Angus at Arden, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry number 162, Stepler Gun for Hire 92M from Stepler Farms Limited at Miami, Manitoba. Then we're going to go to entry number 161, J. Morandi Restoration 406M from J. Morandi Livestock at Beausejour, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry number 166, Cow Tracks Milwaukee 153L from Merritt Cattle Co. and Cow Tracks Cattle Co. at Radville, Saskatchewan. And then to wrap it up, we're going to go into entry number 167 into EF Rideau Lead Change 2301 from Rideau Angus at Brandon, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, those are your bulls in the champion round for the Black Angus bulls. You got a powerful set of bulls out there for our judge Scott Anderson to go through and judge today. So we'll give him his time, and then we will get right to the matter at hand of picking your champion and reserve champion. Your champion Black Angus bull is going to be sponsored by DJ Cattle Co. And your reserve champion bull is going to be sponsored by HBH Farms. I'm going to turn the mic over to our judge, Scott Anderson, for some remarks before he picks the champion and reserve champion.
I think we should put our hands together and show our appreciation for these exhibitors of bringing out a fine group of bulls for this fall fair show. I'd like to thank the AgX for putting on a great show for the fall fair, and thank the breeders, whoever decided to get me to come out here. It's going to be a lot of fun the next couple days here. It's kind of like a homecoming for me. I haven't been back to Brandon for quite a few years, and it's been fun already, just meeting some old friends and acquaintances, and it's been really great. I've enjoyed the day. I apologize for taking a little longer than I normally do, but there was some good cattle out here, and time's kind of got away on me a little bit. But yeah, these bulls are pretty solid right through. There was sent back some good cattle to barns, but these bulls out here I think are all going to move the breed forward. They're sound. They're beef bulls. That's what we're raising. It's an exciting time to be in that industry right now. The best time to be in the industry has been the last 12 months. It seems like every quarter that goes by, these cattle just get worth and worth more. I think these bred females that are going to go to sales this fall are going to be very expensive on both sides, purebred and commercial. And I think these bulls come next spring. These high-end bulls are going to be worth a lot of money, and the producers really deserve it. It's taken a lot of years of struggle, in the commercial industry. I got to give hats off to the people that stuck in it all these years, because it wasn't very much fun selling cattle when you weren't getting paid for what you were producing, and finally now we are, and it's such an exciting time. And I think this purebred bull sale thing in the spring is just going to be out of this world, and it's just nice that the cattle producers are finally getting paid a fair price. And I really don't think it's going to change for the next number of years. I think the cattle numbers are so low in the world, and the meat consumption, red meat consumption in a lot of countries that didn't eat red meat before is getting incredibly high. So I think our Canadian beef is and not just Angus beef, but the Canadian beef is really sought after. We raise the best cattle in the whole world. They have to be good for our environment, and I think I've met cattlemen for all over the world, and the cattlemen, some of them are out here. Canadian cattlemen, purebred producers, commercial producers there's no other ones in the world that can compete with them to put through our winters. We have to have a little better kind of cow than most countries do from our extreme winters. They have to be soft. They have to be easy fleshing. They have to be just good cattle, and the breeders for decades now have just kept making them better and better, and that's why Canadian beef is so popular around the world. Maybe not right now with Mr. Trump, but we'll straighten everything out, and it's just a fun time. And I'd just like to say thanks again for having me out, and going to be here for a couple more days, enjoy visiting with people, and I'm going to go find us a couple champions. Thanks very much.
166. Your champion bull is going to go to Cow Tracks Milwaukee 153L from Merritt Cattle Co. and Cow Tricks Cattle Co. The reserve champion is going to go to entry number 162, Stepler Gun for Hire 92M, coming to you from Stepler Farms Limited, Miami, Manitoba. Congratulations to those, to everyone that made it to the champion drive. What a fantastic set of bulls we had here. Again, your champion bull is going to be sponsored by DJ Cattle Company. Your reserve champion bull is going to be sponsored by HBH Farms. Big thank you to our sponsors. Once we clear the ring, and I believe we'll get some pictures, then we're going to get into our pair of bulls. Well, once we get the ring clear and stuff, we're going to keep on moving down our show list here. We're going to go into class 149 next for our pair of bulls.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over into the North Arena here. We're going to get ourselves underway with the Speckle Park Show. Again, our judge, Keegan, is going to be in the ring here analyzing our Speckle Parks. We're going to start off class with class number 807. This is going to be our females born between January 1st and January 31st of 2023. So these will be our 2-year-old females with calf at side. This will be entry number 1000. Leading off this class will be Wilcox Stardust 93L with the Wilcox Nix 93N at side, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. Followed in will be entry number 1001. This will be PJS Lullabelle 516L with PJS Nulabelle 517L at side, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is class number 1 of our Speckle Park show.
Back to you here from the Angus side. We're going to go into our pair of bulls here. We're going to start off with the Red Angus. Entry number 276 is going to come to you from, we're going to have Red Marmac Admiral 10N and Red Marmac DM Raptor 25N coming to you from Marmac Farms out of Brandon, Manitoba here. Single entry for the Red Angus pair of bulls. My judge tells me that that is the first place for the pair of bulls, which is great to see. So that is going to go to Marmac Farms with Red Marmac Admiral 10N and a Red Marmac DM Raptor 25N. And the pair of bulls is going to be sponsored by Blair Sweet Land and Cattle Ltd. Big thank you to them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in our speckle show here, our judge with some comments on this class.
Well, what a great way to kick off Speckle Park afternoon here at Brown and Egg X with two really nice, just complete pairs here. I think the pair that's going to take the class, she's just got a little more natural thickness and a little more easy keeping ability. She really ties it together and fills herself in through that flank and has a little more shape down that rear backside than the cow in second. Both really nice uddered cows. I'd maybe like to just space the teats out a tiny bit on the cow in first, but both beautiful teat size, nice suspension. And then the cow in first, just a crank and heifer calf in front of her, a heifer that I think patterns her mom, probably going to have a little more performance to her than her mom even maybe, and a little more structure and size. And then a cow in second with a big, powerful bull calf in front of her, and just a wonderful job she's doing on him as well. So two wonderful pairs to kick off the Specky show. And I'd really, really like the cow that's going to take the first slot. So congrats. Great job, you guys.
Just come to you here quickly from the Angus side. We got our pair of bulls here from the Black Angus side. Entry number 168 is going to be NCC Invitation 13N. Innovation, 13N. And NCC Renovation 23N from Nolan Cattle Company out of Cypress River, Manitoba.
And your results in the Speckle Park show over here in your 2-year-old female class and our senior female champion banner, sponsored by Extreme Speckle Park, Tammy and Donald Breeze, is going to go to entry number 1001. This will go to PJS Lilibel 516L, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion senior female is going to go to entry 1000, Wilcox Stardust 93L, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba.
There's your champion pair of bulls for the Black Angus from Nolan Cattle Company out of Cypress River. Okay, we're going to go into class number 151 here. Breeder's Herd, a group of 4 animals bred by the exhibitor. Both sexes must be represented. We're going to go to entry number 277 coming here. Lois and it'll be from Marmac Farm, sorry. coming here. An entry, and then we're going to have another entry coming into you. 278 is going to be coming to you from Rook Farms. This is the Red Angus Breeders' Herd.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Speckle Park female show here. We're going to move ourselves into split number 1. This will be Class 804. We've got 3 exhibitors in this class. Entry number 1002, JSP Marvel 124M, shown and exhibited by Prairie Belle Speckle Park of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 1003, INC Red Carpet 76M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class is going to be entry number 1004, Second Chance Maybelline 9M, shown and exhibited by Darla Sauter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 1 in our heifers born between January 1st and March 31st of 2024.
Back to you here from the Angus side. Your first place breeder's herd for the Red Angus is going to go to entry number 277, Marmac Farms. Second place is going to go to entry number 278 to Rook Farms. A big thank you to both entries here. After we get the banners and the pictures, we'll move into our breeder's herd for the Black Angus. We have 3 entries in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, some comments from our judge in the Speckle Park Show.
Well, as we kick off the yearling heifer division, a heifer that comes to the class top quite easily, a beautiful heifer, just wonderfully fronted. She sweeps into a really nice midsection, just full through that middle, really feminine, really sound on the ground, a nice foot. It's hard to fault this heifer. I really, really enjoy this heifer. She pieces together just beautifully for me. Beautiful udder development under there. Just a heifer with a lot of future and really, really nice look. Heifer in second that I think just got outshone by a heifer that's quite unique in the first spot, but a heifer with a lot of good. A little more moderate in type and kind, but still a really nice heifer, nice uddered, nice footed. And then a heifer in a third I think just got outpowered. Just maybe doesn't have the power and performance of the heifers above her, but a really nice type to her anyway. And really sound, so a good heifer in the class. A really nice way to start off the heifer class, so great job, you guys. Can I introducing 3 breeder first?
Ladies and gentlemen, in split number 1 was entry number 1003, INC Red Carpet 76M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. In second place was entry 1004, and in third place is entry number 1002. We're going to move into split number 2 here. Will be entry number 1005, PJS Meadow 238M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 1006, Second Chance Mamma Mia 13M, shown and exhibited by Darla Sutter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the split 2 is entry number 1007, PJS Milky Way 105M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. This will be split number 2 in our Speckle show, and back over to the Angus ring.
Thank you for that, Richard. We're going to introduce you to our breeder's herd for the Black Angus here now. Entry number 169 is going to go to be Rideau Angus Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. And then we're going to go to entry number 171, Ramrod West Cattle Co. And then we're going to go to entry 172 to J. Morandi Livestock. Just a note, entry number 170 is a scratch. Entry number 170 is a scratch. Your breeder's herd for the Black Angus is going to be sponsored by Stephen and Sharon Phillips. A big thank you to them. I'm now going to turn my mic over to my judge here to give you some comments on breeder's herd for the Black Angus. So in first place, we're going to Rideau Angus Farms. And then we're going to go to J. Morandi Livestock in second place. And in third place is going to be Ramrod West Cattle Co. A big thank you to all of you guys for bringing out the breeder's herd for the Black Angus. We really do appreciate it. Again, the breeder's herd for the Black Angus Association is going to be sponsored by Stephen and Sharon Phillips today. We'd like to thank them for sponsoring that. Thank you very much. Just a note, your get of sire is a scratch. There will be no get of sire. Entry 279 for the get of sire was a scratch, so there is no get of sire. So that is going to be wrapping up our Angus show, I do believe, here today. I do have a couple awards here that we are going to award here momentarily if they are going to come to the ring. Your premier breeder and premier exhibitor of the Black Angus is going to go to Nolan Cattle Company from Cypress River, Manitoba. If they can hear that. And your premier breeder and premier exhibitor for the Red Angus is going to go to Marmac Farms from Brandon, Manitoba. Big thank you to them. Well, on behalf of the Manitoba Angus Association, I would like to thank all exhibitors, thank our judge, and all our help here today, and all of our sponsors for helping put on a wonderful show like this here we've had today. It's been a great show, and I'd like to thank everyone that's tuned in on DLMS or been here watching the show. We really do appreciate it all. On behalf of myself, Blaine Houston from the Gladstone Auction Mart and the Manitoba Angus Association, I'd like to thank you for tuning in today. Have a good rest of your day. One. There you go.
Another great class of Speckle Park breds here We're going to lead the class off with a heifer just with a really nice look, very similar to the heifer that took the class previously. Just a really sweet-fronted, nice big middled heifer with lots of substance to her, but yet feminine and really sound on the move, and gets out there and travels, and nice-footed, really dropping down a nice little udder too. Just a heifer that I think takes the class pretty handily for me. And then into a heifer maybe just in the midst of it, just maybe doesn't have the power and substance of the heifer that took the class, but a nice little individual within herself. And then a heifer on the end here that's just got lots of mass and structure and size, a big heifer. I'd just like to see her fill her out a little more to match that big frame size, because she is a big girl. But a nice sound heifer nonetheless, and really usable. So a great class of heifers.
Well, thank you, Keegan, for the comments there. This is your championship in split number 2. In first place is entry number 1007, PJS Milky Way 105M. Shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. In second place in this class is entry number 1006, Second Chance Mamma Mia 13M, shown and exhibited by Darla Sauter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class is entry number 1005, PJS Meadow 238M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to take us into our champion junior female drive. We're going to have the top 2 from the last 2 splits come back into the ring. This class is going to be sponsored by Hales Creek Ranch, B. Jansen and Cameron D. Dodds, and Southern Bell Sail Group as well. Southern Bell Sail Group will be sponsoring the Reserve Junior Female banner. So coming back into the class, out of split number 1 here is entry number 1003, INC Red Carpet 76M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. In second place in split number 1 was entry number 1004, Second Chance Maybelline 9M, shown and exhibited by Darla Sauter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. Out of split number 2 and returning into the ring here, first place was entry number 107, PJS Milky Way 105M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And in second place in split number 2 was entry number 1006, Second Chance Mamma Mia 13M, shown and exhibited by Darla Sauter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is your championship junior female class here. Our 2 sponsors is Hales Creek Ranch and Southern Bells Sales Group. Ladies and gentlemen, from split number 1, your champion junior female is entry number 1003, INC Red Carpet 76M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion junior female coming out of split number 2 is entry number 1007, PJS Milky Way 105M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And now our judge is going to give a few comments on our Grand and Reserve Junior Female.
Just a bred yearling that comes out here and is just so sweet-fronted and structured and sound and good-footed and just has such a unique look to her. You have to appreciate her the minute she steps in the ring. You appreciate her. She is so attractive. She carries that length and size so well. I think a female that absolutely deserves to win this. And then a heifer that patterns so similar behind her, that's just nice bodied and full figured, and just a heifer that I think also has a lot of purpose and a lot of use from this breed. So a great 2 heifers, congratulations, and honor mentions to the 2 other heifers in the ring. Great job.
Congratulations again goes out to entry number 1003, INC Red Carpet 76M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from our junior females, we're going to move into our heifer calf classes. We've got 3 splits. 4 splits of heifer calves in our Speckle Park show. These heifers are going to be born after January the 1st of 2025. In our first split, the heifers will range from March the 4th to March the 13th. In this class, we should have 4 entries coming into the ring. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 1008, Second Chance Navana 8N, shown and exhibited by Darla Sutter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 1009, Hales Creek Nevada 15N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 1010, Prairie Belle Nala 1N, shown and exhibited by Prairie Belle Speckle Park of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. And followed in and rounding out this class is going to be entry number 1011, Hales Creek Neat Little Candy 11N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 1 in your Speckle Park heifer calf class. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning into our Speckle Park show and haven't followed along on any of our Shorthorn show this morning, again here and analyzing our Speckle Parks this afternoon is Keegan Skorgi. Keegan grew up on his family farm south of Beaver Lodge, where he and his husband Brad own and operate KSL Semitols. Alongside their family, they run about 1,000 cows that consists of 400 registered Semitol cows and 50 Charolais cows as the large number of commercial herd. They sell about 100 bulls each year annually off of the farm at their bull sale. New this year, they'll be hosting their first annual registered bred female sale at the farm. They've sold many females in the past, but this is the first year that they'll be at home selling out of the yard on the farm. Keegan is an Olds Collegiate graduate and has been invested in the cattle industry since childhood, where through 4-H and showing purebred cattle, he developed a love for evaluating and judging cattle while interacting with the cattle industry. He feels that with his commercial backgrounding feedlot experience, tied together with a large purebred herd, offers a great combination between market steers, breeding females, and the industry demands, all the while doing his best to get our youth excited about the industry and teaching them about the great morals and values of the industry that he is known for. While educating and helping the kids develop the eye for the cattle, he offers to the industry value and how to produce cattle that make the most profit in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our Judge Keegan a big, big round of applause for being here from Beaver Lodge, Alberta.
A really nice class of heifer calves to start off the Speckle Park heifer calf division. A heifer that I think has a lot of similarities to the two heifers that were in here that won as champion breds. Just that nice neck extension and real feminine head on her into a really nice sweeping midsection it's got full dimension and a nice length to it, and she's sound and she's good-footed and just has a really, really nice look to her. And then the heifer in second that this young lady has on her hand is, again, same, just so feminine through that front end and really beautiful fronted and just sound, really good structured. And I think just has like a lot of presence and look to her. And then I think two heifers that probably just got a little bit out-aged and a little bit out-styled. I think that I would just like to see a little bit more of these heifers. Really good individuals and young and coming into their maturity, but I just would have liked to seen a little more of them today. But very, very usable heifers and really, really good structured heifers, which I like to see. So great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, your class winner in split number 1 is entry number 1009, Hales Creek, Nevada, 15N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba. Followed in second place is entry number 1011, Hales Creek Neat Little Candy 11N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba as well. In third place is entry number 1008, and in fourth place is entry number 1010. We're going to move ourselves into split number 2. These heifers are going to age range from February the 4th to February the 15th. Again, we're going to have 4 heifers come into this split. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 1013, PJS Nina 86N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 1014. This will be Skyline Wilcox Neva 31N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. As our exhibitors are doing a couple of halter changes there, we're moving on to our third entry into this class. Is entry number 1012, Hales Creek Noble Nancy 1N. This is going to be consigned by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is going to be entry number 1015, Extremes Gabby 7N, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redvers, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 2 in our Speckle Park Heifer Calf division.
Another great class of heifers in the Speckle Parks. We're going to have a heifer that lead off the class. Just a really nice, complete heifer. Really nice through that front end, but lots of width and distance between those shoulders, and just giving her some substance there, and maybe not as pretty fronted as some, but really connected nice from there back. And I like the depth of rib throughout and the shape in the heifer. She moves well, and she's good-footed. Into a heifer that's maybe a little more refined, but maybe just got outpowered by the heifer in one, but a really nice, sweet-fronted heifer and good-footed and good-structured. And then into the heifer that is kind of the problem child for me in the class, because I think she's probably in an awkward growth stage because she's a big power heifer. And when they get into these weird growth stages, they can kind of do odd things. She's so long spined, and I appreciate that about her so much. She's so shapely. She just maybe isn't tying it together today her best. And I think that's going to change. Like, once she finishes that growth spurt and comes together a little better, I think she's going to do just fine and be a heifer that I like quite a bit. Today, she's just piecing not together quite right. And then the heifer in fourth, a heifer that's really refined and pretty. She's maybe just a little tight through her shoulder today, and she's kind of popping up right back after those shoulders. And it kind of gives her the impression that she's almost roached up a bit. And I don't think she does. She's just not moving the best today, and that's what lands her in the fourth spot. But a really pretty little heifer. So great job.
Thank you, Judge, on your comments. Leading off this class in first place is entry number 1014, Skyline Wilcox Nevea 31N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. In second place is entry number 1015, Extremes Gabby 7N, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redvers, Saskatchewan. In third place is entry number 1012, Hales Creek Noble Nancy 1N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm. And in fourth place and rounding out this class is entry number 1013, PJS Nina 86N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move ourselves into split number 3 of Class 800. This will be again Speckled Park heifers. They'll be born between January the 17th and February the 3rd. We're going to have 4 entries coming into this class. And leading off this class is going to be entry number 1016, INC Marilyn Monroe 12N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 1017. This is going to be Extremes Elegance 8N, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redvers, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 1018, PJS No Doubt, will be shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class again, coming from PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, is going to be entry number 1019. This will be PJS No Strings Attached to 56N. and our judge with some comments on his class.
Another very consistent class, a heifer calves. The heifer calf that's going to come out in front is just really sweet fronted and just has a really nice type and look to her and ties it together on a really nice foot. I really like the leg set she's got under her, and I think it just ties together. She's not walking around here the best today and kind of being a pain, but a heifer that has a really nice presence to her. And then I think a heifer in the second spot that pattern's fairly similar, maybe just not as sweet through that midsection and through that flank, and maybe doesn't have as much top and width, but maybe a little longer of a heifer, but still a heifer I like quite a lot. And then into the two heifers here on the backside, just heifers I think didn't maybe quite have the look and presence on the back third. I'd like to change the black heifer on her back third quite a bit. I'd like to fill her in through the flank and up on the loin a bit too, and just kind of strengthen her into that back end. And then I think she'd be a little stronger on her back wheels. But two heifers that are very usable and just maybe didn't have enough to compete with the two heifers above today, but still very good heifers. So great job.
Thank you, Keegan. In split number 3, your first place heifer here is entry number 1016, INC Marilyn Monroe 12N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. In second place is entry number 1018, PJS No Doubt, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. In third place is entry number 1019, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class is entry number 1014, Extremes Elegance 8N, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. We're now going to move ourselves into split number 4 of Class 800. These heifers are going to be born between January the 1st and January the 3rd. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're following along in your program, entry number 1020, that is going to be a scratch in this class. Please scratch entry number 1020. When we're leading off this class, we're going to lead off with class number 1021. Coming into the ring now is PJS Snelly 48N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Following her in is going to be entry number 1022, PJS Noteworthy 55N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class is entry number 1023, PJS Nula 8N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 4 in your heifer calf class. judge with some comments on this split.
So I think a really nice group of heifers. Just you saw me do a little switch here. Just a couple of heifers I think that are, and I don't know if it's certainly structural things. It can be a lot of it can be growth things. It can be they didn't get enough exercise today. They could have slipped in the wash rack. I think we're gonna switch to go to the white heifer to win the class because I feel she's actually just soundest today on her feet, and right through that pastern she's got proper flex in that pastern. Very similar heifers. Obviously, they pattern very similar in type and kind. This is probably the heifer with the most shape, and I would have changed her tailhead set a little bit, and that's why I had the first heifer in the first spot, just because I liked the tailhead set and the other heifer a little better, but because they're that close. But we just got on the move, and there's just a little things that are happening today. So this heifer is going to take the class just on soundness. This heifer in second, she's just got a bit of a click going on through her pastern right now. I don't know if she just didn't get enough exercise. I'd just like to see her free up and set down in that pastern a little more. But other than that, I love the heifer. I think she's beautiful front to back. Really pieced together nicely. And then same with the heifer in the back. I asked the young lady if maybe she had a slip coming in because she was fighting the halter a bit, and I thought maybe it was just the halter. But she definitely needs to be freed up on those back wheels today and get out and move a little more. And that could be she just needed a little more exercise or run around tie outs before she came in or something. But a really nice set of heifers, very, very close. So a little structural soundness things, but other than that, great heifers. So great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, in first place here, entry number 1021, PJS Nelly 48N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. In second place and coming back into the championship drive will be entry number 1023, PJS Nula 8N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class is going to be entry number 1022. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our championship heifer calf drive. We've got 4 splits of 2 coming back into the ring here. We're going to lead off with split number 1 that we've seen previous. These will be our youngest female heifer calves coming into the ring right now. This will be entry number 1009, Hales Creek, Nevada 15N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba. As they're doing some halter changes. As our marshals are working to get everybody organized over there. Excellent group of consigners to work with here. Yeah, it is. All right. Split number 1 again was entry number 1009, Hales Creek, Nevada 15N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 1011, Hales Creek Neat Little Candy 11N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba. Out of split number 2 comes entry number 1014, Skyline Wilcox Nevea 31N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. Our second place out of split number 2 was entry number 1015, Extremes Gabby 7N, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Followed in by our split number 3 is entry number 1016, INC Marilyn Monroe 12N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. In second place in split number 3 was entry number 1018, PJS No Doubt, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And returning into this class from split number 4 that we just seen is entry number 1021, PJS Nelly 48N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class is entry number 1023, PJS Nula 8N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion heifer calf class in our Speckle Park show. Our champion heifer calf banner is sponsored by Prairie Belle Speckle Park, that'd be Kate Sutter. And our reserve champion heifer calf banner is sponsored by Ravenworth Cattle, Gary and Donna Burtoning. I'd like to thank all of our banner sponsors here today. Show couldn't be possible without you, as these exhibitors are out here presenting their cattle. As well as our sponsors, we'd like to also thank our general sponsors throughout this week here that we've had and being a part of the Manitoba Ag X. Our official towing company is Full Tilt Towing. A big thank you goes out to Full Tilt Towing, the official towing company of the Manitoba Ag X. We appreciate their support in keeping things moving all week long. Our cattle country sponsors is the Brandon Sun and the Sunrise Credit Union. We thank both of them for the proud sponsorship of the cattle country of the Manitoba Ag X. Your support helps us celebrate agriculture in the heart of the prairies. As well, we'd like to thank Kelleher Ford. The Manitoba Ag X official truck of the year is a Kelleher Ford. Thank you for them for driving our community support and helping us haul in a great show. We'd also like to thank our cattle supporters, which is Jack Auction Group and Heartland Livestock Services out of Verdun, Manitoba. We'd like to thank the Jack Auction Group and Heartland Livestock out of Verdun for their continued support of the cattle producers and sponsors of the Manitoba Ag X. Our show ring sponsors for this week is also Canad Inns, Manitoba Charlet Association, and Master Feeds. A big round of applause goes out to our show ring sponsors, the Canad Inns, the the Manitoba Charlet Association, and the Master Feeds Group. Their continued support in the competition in running the ring strong. Our community supporters of the cattle show is MNP and Fairway Feeds. We thank them both for their continued support as well. So thank you to all of those sponsors for continuing their support here this week in the Manitoba Livestock Expo, Ag X, for 2025. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank DLMS for broadcasting all of our shows here this week as well. So thank you to the DLMS crew and all their hard work that they do for us, not just here, but all year round as they broadcast shows across Canada. They're broadcasting both commercial and purebred female sales and purebred bull sales in the spring. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to DLMS for being here with us as well, and thank you to everybody that's signed in and watching the shows this week as well. We thank you for that, and DLMS for giving them the privilege to do that. Also, our official photographer for this week is none other than ShowChampions.com. ShowChampions.com would like to thank the Manitoba Ag X for welcoming them back again this year and being the official photographer of the 2025 Manitoba Ag X. Visit ShowChampions.com to purchase any of your photos this week, whether it be in the ring or at the backdrop or just a candid photo. They've got you covered. It's ShowChampions.com. As well, while we're talking about Show Champions, they're going to be doing an excellent job tonight here at 4 p.m. If there's any juniors around, please meet at 4 p.m. at the backdrop, and they'll be calling all junior members over there for a special demonstration where they'll get to learn how to do all the tips and tricks of capturing amazing pictures of their animals, your show moments, and much, much more. So that's at 4 o'clock today over at the backdrop if any of your junior members are out there and would like to know more about the photography business. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge with some comments on his champion Speckle Park heifer calf class.
So again, just a wonderful representation of the breed right here in these heifer calves. Just a really nice type of heifers throughout. I think you can kind of see the consistency in my eye within selecting the females to end up in this championship drive here. Just a really nice type. When we talk about the Specky cow, you have to appreciate that broodiness you see in a Speckle Park cow, and I kind of envision what these heifers are going to look like as a brood cow and as they're going to piece together and get bred and belly down and become a female. And so I really am like working, I am starting at the ground up, and you're going to see me select two heifers that I just really appreciate from the ground up. And then they just move up into a sense of body and type where you just appreciate. You know they're going to have that feminine front end and that nice neck extension that you saw in the breds that were in here earlier. I'm going to pick some heifer calves that exemplify that in a really nice way. And just females that I want to see get out and move. I really appreciate the structural soundness within the Speckle Park cattle. They really like to get out and move and look fancy, and I like that within their breed. So a great job. Congratulations for making this lineup of pretty phenomenal heifer calves, and I'll go out and I'll slap the champion heifer, and then I'll slap the reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming out of split number 3 is going to be entry number 1016. Your champion heifer calf, INC Marilyn Monroe 12N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion heifer calf comes to us out of split number 1, entry number 1009, Hales Creek, Nevada, 15N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your grand and your reserve heifer calf champions. Again, these banners are sponsored by Prairie Belle Speckle Park, Kate Sutter, and Ravenworth Cattle, Gary and Donna Birding.
Good afternoon and welcome to the limousine part show of the Manitoba Ag X. We'd like to welcome everyone to the show here today. And coming in the ring is our Class 1 split of heifer calves. First in the ring, number 600, Cad Nala, 90N. Exhibited by Maplehurst Farms. Next, 601, Nutmeg DHX 91N, exhibited by Diamond T Limousine. 602 LNS Nestle Chocolate LDS 18M, exhibited by Pine Creek Limousine. And 603 is Pine Creek Natalie, exhibited by Pine Creek Limousine. These calves are between January 29th and February 7th.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in the Speckle Park ring, the North Arena, we're going to move ourselves into our Grand Champion female class. Our Grand Champion female banners are sponsored by Balmoral Farms and Wilcox Livestock. Leading off the way here, we're going to start with our senior female champion. Coming in will be entry number 1001, PJS Lulabelle 516L with PJS Nulabelle 517L at side. Shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Followed in by our reserve champion senior female entry 1000. This will be Wilcox Stardust 93L with Wilcox Nix 93N at side. Shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. Going into our junior female division. Our Grand Champion Junior Female is entry number 1003. This will be INC Red Carpet 73M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Our Reserve Champion Junior Female is entry number 1007, PJS Milky Way 105M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. We're going to move into our Heifer Calf Champion. And our Heifer Calf Champion is entry number 1016, INC Marilyn Monroe 12N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And our Reserve Heifer Calf is entry number 1009, Hales Creek, Nevada 15N, shown and exhibited by Hales Creek Farm of Kenton, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Speckle Park Champion Female class.
Certainly is a challenging class here on these limo heifer calves, but when you really stop and get in close like I have the benefit of doing, I really, this black heifer really grows on me. And that's giving in to the fact that when you stand behind this red heifer that's in my second hoe, you'll see a little bit more rear end to her, a little bit more quarter, a little bit more muscle expression to her. But this black heifer puts her pieces together, especially through the front end of her, and that's where I justify putting her above this really good stout red heifer that falls behind. It's just that when she gets to walk and she exposes that front end, she exposes that she's a little tighter down through the chest, and that's something that plays big in my mind. I want some rib expansion and everything in these young stock because they're going to need that lung capacity as they get older and get into production. But it's certainly, you know, 2 heifers that I think represent the breed well. We get into my 3rd place heifer. You guys can go ahead and head on back to the stalls there, thank you. We get into this little red heifer and everything. Now, she's the one that when she gets to walking, her pieces all fit together. She really walks with a fluid movement and everything, but she just gets outpowered by the performance of the 2 heifers above her. My 4th place heifer is another good limo heifer, but she just kind of gives up in all facets as compared to the 3 heifers above her. But keep in mind, these heifers are young. They're going to change as they mature and everything, and they're going to pull themselves together if they do it right, or they either fall apart in the process. So certainly 4 heifer calves to keep an eye on.
Hello, there we go. A wonderful champion drive of females over here on the Speckled Park side of things. Just a wonderful, wonderful example of what the Speckled Park breed can do and show off. There's just a really, really nice representation of the breed. There's some broody females out here that have a lot of future in the breed and a lot of look and a lot of presence, and I really, really respect that. I'm not going to go out and slap a female. I'm going to just tell you who it is so I can just talk about it a little bit. The champion female over here on the specky side is going to be this cow-calf pair. And that being said, just because it is so difficult to bring a pair to town, and there is a unique individual in here as a bred heifer, which is going to be our reserve champion, is the bred heifer. She's going to take reserve. But the pair comes out here, and she's proven that she can do a lot of things. She can breed. She can raise a calf. She can milk. She has an udder that is exceptional. She gets out and does it while maintaining body condition and has a whale of a heifer calf in front of her like that, which absolutely makes her be a champion here today. And then the bred heifer in reserve, a stunning individual that I think coming back as a pair has a lot of future. That is a stunning bred. She still needs to prove herself to me, even though she's exceptional in her own way. She needs to prove that she can calve, drop down an udder, milk, maintain body condition, and be as great as this cow here is today. So a wonderful, wonderful group of Speckled Park females, and congratulations to this wonderful pair.
And your grand champion in the Speckled Park division here, and your grand champion female is entry number 1001, PJS Lulabelle 516L with PJS Nulabelle at 517L at side. Shown and exhibited by PJS Speckled Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion comes from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. That'll be entry number 1003, INC Red Carpet 76M. Shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your grand and reserve champion female in your Speckled Park show in 2025. With that being said, I'll turn it back over to Darby in the limo ring.
Over here on the limousine side, we've got entry number 604 in the second split, 604 Pine Creek Nova from Pine Creek Limousine in Kenton. Neon Lights RWX 13N is entry number 605 from Diamond T Limousine. Entry number 606 Amaglen Norma Jean from Amaglen Limousine in Darlingford, and entry number 607 from Amaglen as well, Amaglen Miss Nyla.
That black heifer that's in second hole really caught my eye when she come out. But, you know, as you watch her walk, she breaks a little bit in her loin and everything with that higher tail head that the hair displays. Well, it just accentuates that drop that she gives in her loin when she's walking. That being said, I get into this red heifer that I started the class with. She really fits the pieces together and you like her even better when she walks. But when you get behind her and look at her, you realize she's big hip, she's long hip, she's got some depth of muscle down through that stifle area. You know, I just like the stage of maturity that she's at as a heifer calf, and I'd certainly look forward to the type of cow that she's going to make. She's a believer. She makes a believer in me. You know, as I said, my black heifer calf, she has a bit more body volume of any of the heifer calves in the class, but I just want to see her tighten up in her top line, you know, just not quite be as prominent up through that front end when she's walking to you to make me be able to move her up a little bit more. These other two heifers are my problem heifers, you know, and I'm still not convinced I got them placed right, and I hate to show a little bit of doubt in, you know, to you as far as someone that should really know what's the right thing to do. These two heifers are going to do some changing over the years or over the next months and everything as they mature. And so I went with that youthful look, and classy look that this heifer in third place gives me. Granted, she gives up some width at top and volume of body as compared to my fourth place heifer. But fourth place heifer a little plainer in her presentation, and that's what pulls her down in placing today. But yet, as I always said, I said last class, these calves are going to change, and I think you're certainly going to see that move these bottom two heifers up in their standing as the maturity takes place.
Placings in split number 2. First goes to entry number 607, Amaglen Miss Nyla, AJH 7N from Amaglen Limousine in Darlingford. Second goes to entry number 604, Pine Creek Nova, coming from Pine Creek Limousine in Kenton, WDH 3N. Third place goes to entry number 607, Amaglen Norma Jean, AJH 14N from Amaglen Limousine in Darlingford. And fourth place goes to entry number 605, RWX 13N Neon Lights from Diamond T Limousine in Kenton. Coming in the ring is split number 3 heifer calves. Entry number 608 EMF HR Naomi 503N from Eden Meadow Farms. Entry number 609 EMF Nevada 505N from Eden Meadow Farms. And the first on 608 is Eden Meadow Farms and Hard Rock Land and Cattle for the breeders. And on entry number 610, Amaglen Nellie Joe LJS2N from Amaglen Limousine in Darlingford.
certainly two strong heifers to start this class with. You can flip these two heifers around for however you want to, for whatever reasons you have, and I don't think you'd be wrong. But certainly two good individuals to represent the limousine breed and represent the hope that you have in the production to come from these two individuals. What you say about the first heifer, you got to say about the second heifer. Probably the only biggest difference as far as I see it and everything, that's one reason I laid the hands on them. I just wanted to see how much heart capacity they had, and I detect a little bit of difference, a little bit more tightness of heart, not in a negative way, but just in comparison way of my second place heifer to the first place heifer. Granted, I do like the second place heifer and her stride a little better than the first place heifer, but I'm being pretty picky on two really good individuals. My third place heifer is a little bit plainer heifer, you know, a little bit more frame, a little more upstanding and a little bit more daylight underneath her, but still a really smooth made heifer that you can appreciate for the length of body that she has and the femininity that she displays up through that front end. Thanks for bringing these heifers out.
First in the split number 3 of limousine heifer calves is entry number 609 EMF Nevada 505N, coming from Eden Meadow Farms. Second in class is EMF HR Naomi 503N, also coming from Eden Meadow Farms. And third is entry number 610 Amaglan Nellie Joe, exhibited by Amaglan Farms, Amaglan Limousine from Darlingford. Next class in the ring will be the Champion Heifer Calf class. Champion is sponsored by Diamond T Limousine and Reserve from White's Lumber Limited in Kenton.
What you see here is the future of limousine breed. They'll determine what direction it goes in the calves they have. Of course, the owners, the breeders of these females will also determine it in the sires they match them up with. But I see some cow potential in these heifers that are out here. You know, we get in the show ring, we want a little bit more fanciness, a little bit more attractiveness and everything in our females, but we still want the basics. We want want the substance. We want the broodiness. You know, we want the productivity, signs of productivity to even show up in these heifer calves. But with that in mind, that's what I'm trying to do, is pick up some cow prospects, but pick out some ones that are eye appealing and that I imagine that I'd like looking at them in the pasture. So these two heifers here, the division champion, my reserve will be these two look-alike heifers.
Your 2025 AgX champion heifer class heifer calf in the limousine division is EMF Nevada 505N, entry number 609 from Eden Meadow Farms. And the reserve goes to entry number 608, EMF HR Naomi 503N, also from Eden Meadow Farms. Congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Speckle Park show here, we're going to move into split number 1 in our bull calf division. We've got 4 entries coming into this class here. These bulls are going to be born between February the 3rd and March the 21st. So leading off this class is entry number 1024, Second Chance Nevada 27N, shown and exhibited by Darla Sauter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 1025, Wilcox Nix 163N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 1026, Second Chance Norman 31N, shown and exhibited by Darla Sauter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class here is entry number 1028, Extremes Nonstop 9N, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Parks of Redvers, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 1 of our Speckle Park Bulls here in our 2025 Manitoba Livestock Expo Show.
Next class in the limousine ring is split number 1 of yearling heifers. First in the ring is CHL Melody 25M ET, exhibited by Clay Hills Livestock from Harding. Next in the ring is entry number 612 CHL Maisie 3M ET, also exhibited by Clay Hills Livestock and Harding. And the third entry is 613 Pine Creek Melody, exhibited by Pine Creek Limousine from Kenton.
Ladies and gentlemen, our judge's comments on his first split of bull calves.
A really nice way to kick off the Speckle Park bull calves over here. A bull that just wins the class on dimension and size and top line and masculinity, and just a March bull that's got lots of muscle and lots of dimension and ties it together really well. If you saw me really overanalyzing him, some of these calves have come in and really wanted to not set down in their pastern and kind of get up in it and maybe not relax and come down. And I don't know if it's just not seen enough exercise or what it is. And I was being a little overcritical on his first lap around the lap, because when he pulled in, he sat down and kind of got moving better, and I appreciated that. And sometimes it is just the right time when they step out of line and they finally show us how they actually can walk, and you can appreciate them. And then a bull in the second slot, the big power bull, length of spine galore here, just loads of length, and he ties it together well, and he's really nice on the move. Sometimes calves get in a growth spurt where they get this long and they don't always move that well, and he's really stepping out, really reaching, and really free through that movement, and I really appreciate that. And then a calf in third, just maybe not the dimension and the length of the calves above him, but lots of substance and lots of muscle, and a really nice foot under him, and a bull that is really tied together well. And then a bull on the end here with lots that I like about him. I just wish I could piece him together a little differently. Lots of muscle in that rear quarter, but if I could just piece him together, maybe stretch him out a rib or two, he'd probably just set down, and that could happen yet. I mean, he's not going to grow a rib or two, but he might stretch out a little bit and kind of belly down and not be so tight up in that top end, but still a really nice little muscled calf. So a great group of first calves.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in first place in split number 1 of our bull calves is entry number 1025, Wilcox Nick 163N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba, followed by entry number 1028, Extremes Nonstop 9N, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. In third place is entry number 1026, and rounding out the class is entry number 1024. We'll move into split number 2 in our Speckle Park division here. These calves will be born between January the 3rd and February the 2nd. We should have 4 entries coming into this class here. Leading off the class is going to be entry number 1029, Wilcox Nike 93N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 1030, PJS Notorious BIG 125N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, followed in by entry number 1031, INC Drop Zone 6N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And then rounding out this class is going to be entry number 1032, INC Desperado 2N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 2 in our Speckle Park show. With that being said, I'll turn it over to our limo judge in the South Arena.
I like these 2 red heifers, really. I like them lots. I see a lot of cow showing up in this first place heifer, and that's what's putting me there. I can actually run her down enough in my reasons to give myself a reason to place second, but I can't get over the fact that I really like this heifer on the move. When she gets on the move, she pulls everything together. She tightens that top line, takes the loop out of her back and everything, and she walks true, and she walks straight, and she walks honest. And I appreciate that. I like the way the pregnancy hangs off of her, and the pregnancy shows up on her today, and that's probably one thing that gets me to put her above my second place heifer. But when I get into that second place heifer, I see a bit more hip, and that depth of side is really good, and she's a little bit bigger in that lower rib area, which I really like and really demand in my females. But she's a little plainer in her presentation. But 2 really good heifers. I think they represent any breed with their quality of build and presentation that they give me today. My black heifer is a little plainer in her presentation. She just gives up a lot of volume to these 2 heifers above her.
first place in the split one of the yearling heifer class here. Entry number 611 CHL Melody 25 MET, exhibited by Clay Hills Livestock. Second in class, entry number 612 CHL Maisie 3M ET, also exhibited by Clay Hills Livestock. And third in class, 613 Pine Creek Melody, exhibited by Pine Creek Limousine from Kenton. Next class in the ring will be split 2 from yearling heifers. First in the ring will be 614 Moxie BCH 53M, exhibited by Diamond T Limousine. 615 Amaglen Moonbeam, exhibited by Amaglen Limousine. And 616 Amaglen Miss Molly AJH 12M from Amaglen Limousine. This division is sponsored by LNS Limousine Acres and JS Henry Seeds.
Ladies and gentlemen, our judge's comments over in the Speckle Park on split number 2 of his bull calves.
Split number 2, a little more variation within these group of bull calves. I think the calf in the first spot handily walked into this first spot, and I think a lot of you probably had him picked out. Very, very eye-catching calf. Maturity for his age, big time. Just a really nice crest to him and a nice shoulder and into a really nice soft, soggy belly and a really, really nice rear quarter developing on him. And he just gets out, he moves, he's fluid, and he's just got a really nice herd bull look to him already at that young age. And sometimes when you can pick it out that quick, there is a lot of potential there, and I see great potential in that calf. And then a calf, I think, just probably got outpowered with shape and dimension by the calf above him. Maybe just not the presence, and maybe he's a little younger too. But just still a nice complete calf, and gets around well and is good-footed. And then probably 2 calves that I'd just like to see a little more of. Maybe just not as much natural shape as the calves in front of them. Lots of length and lots of spine to them and lots of stretch, and they're going to be big. They just haven't quite filled out yet and put it where it needs to go yet, but that could come with time. And I think, yeah, that's just how they fell today. But great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, split number 2, your class winner is entry number 1030, PJS Notorious BIG 125N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. In second place and coming back in for a championship drive is entry number 1032, INC Desperado 2N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. In third place is entry number 1029, and in fourth place and rounding out this class is entry number 1031. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move into our championship bull calf class in the Speckle Park ring. We're going to invite back into, from split number 1, entry number 1025. This will be Wilcox Nick 163N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. And in second place in split number 1 was entry number 1028, Extremes Nonstop 9N, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redvers, Saskatchewan. Coming back in from split number 2 is entry number 1030, PJS Notorious BIG 125N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And in second place in split number 2 is entry number 1032, INC Desperado 2N, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Our bull calf championship banner is sponsored in part by Second Chance Speckle Park, and our reserve champion bull calf banner is sponsored by Graham Creek Speckle Park. And thank you to both of those sponsors and our banner sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Speckle Park Bull Calf Championship class.
Over here in the limousine yearling heifer class, we've got 3 heifers really good for discussion. My top heifer ends up being in first place. First off, you take a look at her udder development. It's really nice. I like that teat placement, the good square teat placement that she has. But when you get into the body part of it, she's really smooth and really nice angle down through those shoulders, and she follows that up with really good capacity of rib in her, and that depth of side carries on through right to the end. She's a little plainer in her profile as compared to my second place heifer and all, but when it comes to my betting on the cow, I think she's going to be the best cow of the bunch. That's not to take away from the second place heifer. Second place heifer is good long top type of heifer. I think she just gives up a little bit of barrel through that rib cage as compared to my first place heifer. My third place heifer is a heifer that's having a little trouble moving around to compete against 2 heifers above her today, but a heifer that still has a lot of depth and a lot of capacity to her. And when you get into udder development, I think you have to compliment her for her udder development at this stage too.
Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments in the Speckle Park Bull Calf class.
Well, big round of applause for a nice selection of bull calves out here today that really commends the breed. Not a big drive, but a quality one. And sometimes an individual walks into the ring and just catches your eye, and they're unique, and that was the case here today. And so I won't have the stir and mix. I'm just going to go and slap the champion as this young individual right here, because this individual is fantastic. He walked in with presence. He has presence from the tip of his nose all the way back to his rear full quarter. He's sweet through that front end. He's fluid on the move. You love the dimension that he has through the belly and through the muscle expression that he's already developed. He's got a really nice set of testicles under him. I just think that's a bull that's got big time potential within the breed, and you're going to see a lot of good out of that bull. And then our reserve champion's going to go to the Wilcoxes here with this guy, another really, really nice calf. I think he just got outshone today by some style on a calf that's pretty unique, and they probably know that. But a calf here that deserves to stand with him because he's good-footed and he's sound, and I appreciate everything about him. So 2 quality Speckle Park bulls. If you're looking for one, you better watch these 2 come bull sale season because they are excellent.
And congratulations, our champion bull calf goes out to entry number 1030, PJS Notorious BIG 125N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion bull calf is entry number 1025, Wilcox Nix 163N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion banners are sponsored by Second Chance Speckle Park and Graham Creek Speckle Park, as well doing the sponsorship on your reserve champion banner. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to our judge in the limo ring on the south side.
4 nice bred heifers that represent the stages of maturity that the beef cattle go through. We saw our heifer calves. We selected a type of young female we want. Now we're getting into females that are fixing to move into the maternity ward and everything, and so we're going to want a little bit more depth and volume, a little bit more assurance that we're getting the type of animal that we want. With that in mind, I'm going to go with these 2 red heifers, for my champion reserve. They're 2 individuals. I think you can flip them either way, and you're going to be right for your own reasons. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. And this division that's sponsored by the champion yearling heifer, sponsored by L&S Limousine, goes to entry number 611 from split 1, which is CHL Melody 25 MET from Clay Hills Livestock. And reserve goes to, and the reserve banner sponsored by JNS Henry Seeds goes to entry number 612 CHL Maisie 3M ET, also coming from Clay Hills Livestock. Next in the ring will be the senior female, and coming in the ring is entry number 617 RPY Paynes Lila 9L with calf at foot, EMF HR Naomi 503 from Eden Meadow Farms and Hard Rock Land and Cattle. It's just a single entry in this class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Speckle Park show, we're going to continue on here with our yearling bull class. These are going to be bulls born between January the 1st of 2024 and February the 24th of 2024. Leading off this class is entry number 1033, Extremes Made You Look 9M, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Followed in the ring by entry number 1032, INC Flying Ace 20M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class, our third entry here is entry number 1035, PJS Maximus 100M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your yearling bull class in our Speckle Park show.
Over here in our female class of limousine show, we've got a pretty good 2-year-old, with an excellent heifer calf in front of her. When I look at the type of pair I'd like to go with when we get into the production stage of the business, I want to see that cow has had an imprint on the stamp that calf portrays. And I certainly see this in this case. Same type of females displayed in this heifer calf that you see in her mother, but I also see some improvement too. I think the heifer calf certainly stands the possibility of outproducing her mother, and that's the way you make advancements in the business. But I think you should be complimented for bringing this quality pair out today. Thank you.
This will be our champion 2-year-old female, sponsored by Amoglen Limousine, and that goes to RPY Paynes Lila 9L with calf at foot, EMF HR Naomi from Eden Meadow Farms and Hard Rock Land and Cattle Company. They'll be coming back into the ring here for the champion female. The champion female in the limousine show is sponsored by Sherway Limousine, and the reserve champion female is sponsored by Campbell Land and Cattle.
Limousine show today isn't a big in numbers, but I think it's certainly big in quality. Like, you'd think, well, there's no more cattle than we have here today in this show that you wouldn't have this number of excellent females. I think the quality displayed here is going to look appropriate in any breed you want to throw them in at and everything. But I hope I can paint you a picture of what I want when you move from the heifer calf to the bred yearling, from the bred yearling to the 2-year-old female that we have out here in front. You want to see the stages of maturity and advancements that take place, towards the productivity. But in this case, I can certainly hold out hopes for the future of the limousine breed with the young females we have out here today, and they are the future. But I think you got to look at what you have right in front of you today, and with that in mind, we go with this 2-year-old and her calf, and she's going to be my champion female today. Then I move on down here to this yearlings, and like I said, and remind you, you can flip these 2 yearlings any way you want to and be right for your own reasons, but today, this is going to be my reserve champion with this yearling. Thank you.
So we're going to lead this class off with this big Speckle Park bull. Just a bull for me, for the substance and mass and muscle that he carries. He's the soundest out here for me today. He's smooth on the ground and getting around a little better than others. And just a bull, I think, that represents himself really, really well. And I appreciate his stature and his structure and still to get around like he is. And then the bull in second, the bull that I absolutely love the shape and dimension, and there's so much good to this bull. He just wasn't getting around the way I wanted him here today, and it cost him the class, but a bull that I appreciate everything about. I love the meat and muscle, and he's serious business when it comes to that. And then I think a bull that just got outperformed, a nice sound bull, nothing wrong with his feet, nothing wrong with his structure, but just I would have liked to have seen a little more of him today to compete with the 2 bulls ahead of him. But 3 bulls that are going to do a lot of good, and yeah, a really, really nice class. So I look forward to seeing him back in the final, and great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Speckle Park show here, our champion yearling bull is going to be entry number 1035, PJS Maximus 100M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. They'll be getting the banner, our champion banner, sponsored by Calico Creek Speckle Park, and your reserve champion yearling bull, which will be getting the banner sponsored by Wayne Dent Farms, Devon and Deanna Ray. They sponsor that. Their reserve bull is entry number 1034, INC Flying Ace 20M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And in third place in that class is entry number 1033, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Sparks of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the Speckle Park ring, we will be moving into our senior bull division here. We should have 2 entries coming in. These bulls are going to be born between January the 1st of 2023, and it looks like our youngest bull is born on March the 27th. March the 27th will be our youngest bull of 2023 coming into this class. He'll be leading off the split here. This will be entry number 1036, Extremes LaRue 8L, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 1037, Colgans, Colgan's Lexicon 13L, shown and exhibited by Waindent Farms Limited of Binsgarth, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your senior bull class.
We're taking a brief break for some pictures here in the limousine ring, and I'd like to take the time right now to thank our judge, Bill Bigolini. Bill, along with his wife Nancy, own WLB Livestock. Bill is involved in the Hereford breed for over 40 years, and in the Simmental breed from 2000 to 2020 when he dispersed. Bill sat on many national boards and has been a fixture in the purebred scene in Manitoba here for many years. So we'd like to thank Bill for coming and sharing his knowledge today and sorting through these cattle.
Back into our Speckle Park show here. Our judge with his comments on our senior bulls.
So I'm going to place these bulls just as they stand. First here right next to me and second to the one behind. The bull in first here, that's how you come in the ring to win. He came in just effortless, fluid, felt like he barely touched the ground, just sound, and it's just smooth as butter as he comes around. And I said to this young lady, that's how you win a class with a big herd bull. When they can come in with that much stature and length of body and mass and muscle, and they move out like that, it's just effortless, and I really, really appreciate that on him. A really nice eye-catching bull. And then a bull in second that I think maybe just didn't quite have the style and presence of the bull ahead of him, and maybe not quite the foot quality of the bull in front of him, but just a bull I think that's got lots of use, lots of muscle, lots of frame, lots of size, and still going to sire some great calves. So job well done, but congratulations to this young lady. Heck of a bull.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior bull goes to entry number 1036, Extremes LaRue 8L, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Your reserve champion senior bull goes to entry number 1037, Colgan's Lexicon 13L, shown and exhibited by Waindent Farms Limited of Binsgarth, Manitoba. Those banners and sponsored by your senior bull is sponsored by Broadhead Construction, and your reserve champion banner is sponsored by Central Prairie Speckle Park Alliance. Thank you to all of our banner sponsors again, Barhead Construction and Central Prairie Speckle Park Alliance, for doing the sponsoring of this class. We will be moving into our grand champion overall bull. We will see these two bulls back out here momentarily and be joining our yearling bulls and our bull calves. Our champion bull calf comes to us is entry number 1030, PJS Notorious BIG 125N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion bull calf coming in the ring is entry number 1025, Wilcox Nix 163N, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherd, Manitoba. And our yearling bull champion coming into the ring is entry number 1035, PJS Maximus 100M, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, and your reserve champion yearling bull. Making his way into the ring is entry number 1034, INC Flying Ace 20M, shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And our senior bulls that we just seen here is entry number 1036, Extremes LaRue 8L, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redvers, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion senior bull was entry number 1037, Culligan's Lexicon 13L, shown and exhibited by Wayne Dent Farms Limited of Binsgarth, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your championship Speckle Park Bull Drive in your 2025 show here at the Manitoba Ag X. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments in our Speckle Park Champion Bull class.
Big round of applause for a wonderful lineup of bulls here. Just a really nice representation of the breed out here, and then just truly shows off what they're all about. And you can see that right from the calves at the front. There's some substance there. There's some width and top and muscle, and then it goes into the bulls as we mature down the line, and into individuals that have done some breeding and done some work and proved themselves and still come to town looking pretty darn good. I'm going to go out and just slap the champion in reserve, and just congratulations on a wonderful set of bulls. It was a real pleasure to sort through them here, and a lot that offer the breed a lot of goods. So congratulations on that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Supreme Champion Bull is entry number 1036, Extremes Leroux 8L, shown and exhibited by Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Your reserve champion bull of your 2025 is going to go to entry number 1030 PJS Notorious BIG 125N, shown and exhibited by PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, our banner sponsors for our Grand and Reserve Champion is INC Cattle Company, and Colgan's Cattle Company Corporation is doing the Reserve Champion banner there. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Grand and Reserve Champion Speckle Park Bulls.
In the limousine ring, we are into our calf split number 1. Entry number 1 in first entry is 618 Pine Creek Nitro, exhibited by Pine Creek Limousine from Kenton. Second in the ring is 619 CAD Nighthawk 107N from Maplehurst Farms in Westburn. Third in the ring is MTF Navigator 605N, also from Maplehurst Farms in Westburn. And 621 is coming to you from Pine Creek Limousine. It's Pine Creek Nighthawk BHD 10N. This division is sponsored by Clay Hills Livestock and Maplehurst Farms.
Keegan, are you supposed to be at the backdrop? Oh.
We're getting into the bull calves now on the limousine side, and I'm going to go with this red calf. He's loaded with meat and muscle, but joint-wise, he really pulls himself together, and he moves as one unit, not a bunch of pieces. I like seeing him walk. I like seeing him stand. He walks true and honest, and I can certainly look forward to what type of a bull he's going to look like, as he matures and gets into that yearling stage. Take a look at that limousine stamp to him, that good round quarter, and that jump muscle just pops up there. But, he's made strong, and he's got muscle draped over that skeleton structure, and I don't think I can deny him his rightful place up at the top of this class. We get into a longer spine calf in our next two bull calves, but we give up the overall depth. We give up the overall unity of pieces, as we watch these calves move. But I do have to admit they move well and they move freely, so, it certainly gives you optimism to look into their future and everything. got a little bit more character about the front end of my second place as compared to my third place. Also, he slopes off a little bit over that rump as compared to the two bulls above him. A little tight in that flank for me compared to the two bulls above him today, and that's what pulls him down in placement. My fourth place bull calf, the one that closes out the class, just gives up a little bit in all facets to the three bulls above her.
First place in the split number 1 of bull calves, 621 Pine Creek Nighthawk. BHD 10N from Pine Creek Limousine at Kenton. Second place, 620 MTF Navigator 105N from Maplehurst Farms at Westburn. Third place goes to 618 Pine Creek Nitro WDH 46N from Pine Creek Limousine at Kenton, and 619 CAD Nighthawk 107N from Maplehurst Farms at Westburn. Coming into the ring now is split number 2 of bull calves, 622 Diamond T Next Up THX 20N from Diamond T Limousine, 623 Diamond T New Blood THX 18N, also from Diamond T. EMF Nighthawk, entry number 624 from Eden Meadow Farms, and entry number 625 EMF Navajo 501N, also from Eden Meadow Farms.
Over on the Specky side, we're just into pair of bulls here. The pair of bulls in the middle here is going to be our champion pair of bulls, just two bulls that pattern very similar in type and kind and offer that masculinity and muscle and that deep rib shape and middle that I really appreciate about that pen of bulls. And then we're going to go to second with the two in the front, just probably that pattern more similar in type that I prefer, the thickness and the meat and muscle in those bulls, and I appreciate that greatly about them. And then the two bulls in the third spot, just with that extra rib in them, lots and lots of length, shape, and just lots of flexibility through their movement, which I really, really appreciate of bulls with this stature. So yeah, just a really wonderful class, a pair of bulls, so great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion pair of bulls was entry number 1040, PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Your second place in this class is entry number 1039, INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And in third place in the pair of bull class is entry number 1038, Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. With that, we're going to move ourselves into the breeder's herd. We've got 3 consignments here. This will be entry number 1041, Extreme Speckle Park of Redverse, Saskatchewan. We'll also have entry number 1042, PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the class will be entry number 1043, INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. With that being said, I'll turn it back over to the limousine ring and our judge with some comments.
Thank you for your patience while I look at these top two bull calves. I'm going to leave them the way I originally placed them. I'm going to go with the bigger frame bull for my first place bull in this limousine bull class, but he's got a lot of class to him, a lot of presentation, you know, just really nice to look at. What concerns me is his tightness of heart as compared to my second place bull and his foot placement on that back end. He, you know, for as much width upstairs as he shows, he's tracking a little bit narrow to correspond accordingly to say he's got a leg under every corner of him today, whereas I can actually say that about my second place bull. He gives up frame, but he doesn't give up muscle. Like this bull is really loaded with muscle. You look down that top line, you can see it work when he walks. You look down that, he's even got shoulder drape. He's even got muscle draped over that shoulder blade, and you can see it working. Like, I really like the meat and muscle of this bull, but I want a little bit more time before I start saying he's good enough in the way he's made and the way he presents himself to put him over this first place bull. But, you know, certainly a bull I can compliment a lot. We just give up overall substance and eye appeal in our next two bulls. But when you look at this third place bull, you watch him walk and get in there and watch him walk from behind. He's got a lot of that good limousine character, good limousine muscle and everything. Certainly a bull that, yeah, he gives us some pounds, but I don't think he gives up much else other than that as compared to the two bulls above him. My fourth place bull that closes out the class, just a little plainer in his presentation, a little narrower down that top. You know, you just start to raising a bit of questions as to just how good a bull is he going to be as yearling as compared to the ones above him today, and you feel a little bit more content to place him a little lower. Thank you.
First place in this second split of limousine bulls goes to entry number 624, EMF Nighthawk 509N from Eden Meadow Farms. Second goes to 625, EMF Navajo 501N, also from Eden Meadow Farms. Third goes to Diamond T New Blood, THX 18N. That'd be entry number 623 from Diamond T Limousine. And fourth goes to 622, Diamond T Next Up, THX 20N. Coming into the ring is the championship bull calf class, sponsored by Clay Hills Limousine and Maplehurst Farms.
Over here in the Speckle Park side, we're just into Breeder's Herd. Breeder's Herd is going to go to the individuals in the second spot here. Just the consistency and type and kind and width and dimension in those cattle is so exemplary. It's just wonderful. Be very proud of the cattle you have in your hands, because I think within your breed they are exceptional. The second place, we're going to go to the third spot. Again, just some really, really nice type and kind in there. Just a wonderful, wonderful set of cattle I saw from you guys today. And then to the third spot up there, again, just some bulls that maybe didn't have quite the type that the two above you had, but really, really nice, usable cattle, and within your breed are exceptional. And I think you guys just did a wonderful job presenting those cattle. If that's dad and those are your daughters, you should be pretty proud, because they kicked some serious butt today, but very, very great. And job well done. Thank you very much.
These four bull calves I have out here, that, you know, in vying for a division champion in limousine show, they're different. All four of them are different, but at the same time, they're all good bulls. And I want to remind you, as breeders, that's what you need. You want to have this option available to you. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. You don't want to pull your cart with one horse. you want to have some options, and these 4 bulls give you options. I can't easily walk out here and give you a champion. I have to look them over and weigh my priorities and everything, as you know, anybody buying a bull needs to do. But anyway, I'm going to go with this big black bull for my champion, and we're going to follow him with the black bull that stood reserve or stood second to him for my reserve. But I want to take the option and privilege of this time of having the mic to compliment these 2 lighter weight bulls on the way they're made, especially this red bull. This red bull, there's a lot of good in him. And really the only thing he gives up to other bulls is size. But I think with a bit of time and everything, you're going to have to agree with me that this red bull is a pretty good bull and very tight, you know, in competition with the 2 black bulls that I'm going with today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over here in our Speckle Park show, we had our Breeders' Herd class commence there, and our champion was entry number 1042, PJS Speckle Park, Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Our second place in our Breeders' Herd was entry number 1043, INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And in third place was entry number 1041, Extreme Speckle Park of Redvers, Saskatchewan. We've got 2 entries in this class here. This is your Get of Sire class in the Speckle Park division. Entry number 1045, INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, sired by INC Talladega 11J. And our second entry is entry number 1046 by Darla Sauter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan, with their group sired by Prairie Belle Big John 2J. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments.
Well, as we round off the day over here in the Speckle Park side, just a wonderful, wonderful day out here judging some pretty phenomenal Speckle Park cattle and interacting with some pretty phenomenal kids of the industry and parents and adults that have formed some pretty phenomenal kids. And just, I got to see some cattle that really, really impressed me, and I was just blown away. And it comes down to Get a Sire as our last class, and I know ourselves when we try to sell over 100 bulls, we like to have a variety in our bullpen, but when we get into a sire group, we sure like when it's consistent. And our champion Get a Sire today is going to be in the 1 spot here. Just the consistency in that type is so, so wonderful. And that speaks volumes. I think consistency in the industry like that, when you want to buy a bull, you look at a sire group like that, that's the kind of bull you want to sell semen on. You want to go and buy a heifer or a bull out of that line. Just wonderfully, wonderfully bred and absolutely exemplary. And then in second spot, again, just a really nice type of cattle and very user-friendly throughout the industry. Nice muscle shape across the whole sire group. So job well done. Thank you for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure here today. Hopefully I didn't fill you too much of the stuff that's on the ground, but I hope you had a good time and could follow along. So it was just a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for all your comments today, Keegan. It's been a great and a pleasure working with you out here. Our champion, Get of Sire, goes to the group of INC Talladega 11J. That'll be entry number 1045, and shown and exhibited by INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And our second place is entry number 1046, Darla Sutter of Fairlight, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes to that time to announce our premier exhibitor in the Speckle Park show, and that's going to go to PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And our premier breeder this year is going to go to INC Cattle Company of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. So congratulations to both of those breeders. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. Thank you to all of our sponsors of all of our banners. And with that being said, that is my time on the microphone. Thank you very much. My name's Richard Bramley, and I'll turn it over to Bill in the limousine arena on the south side.
Thanks, Mr. Bramley. We've got a really good yearling limousine bull out here. Take a look at him. He walked with some cows, and here he is in the show ring showing himself off, and he still looks like he belongs here. I think as a compliment to the owner and to the management that this yearling bull received. But I think he represents the limousine breed really well. Make sure you take a look at him as he walks out. He's very likable.
the champion yearling bull goes to CHL Maverick, 2MET. Entry number 626 from Clay Hills Livestock with Donald on the halter. Coming back into this class, our champion bull class is entry number 620.